No wrestling history in the state of Minnesota. They've done the same thing. You can go find out kids history with public things. Yes, it's better for the super duper fan like you, but for the common fan, it's not, because you got to click 47 times to find anything.
I agree.
And even that, sometimes it's hard to even find the stuff he's talking about, who they did against what stuff. You got to dig pretty deep to get there.
That's right. Absolutely.
All right, I think we are live.
Besides Mans, is there anybody that specific you need?
No,
so if I do a couple other double A and a couple of single A, you're good.
Yeah, you don't need to do more than 2.
Any idea what man he's going to be on?
Welcome to the Mill Civic Center and Section 2 Class A, no, Section 1 Class A Wrestling. Adam Van Ort, Ben Fierce, and Kent Harfman will be bringing you the action in a few minutes here. We have finished up Class A and Double A first rounds. I think Class A and Triple A. Class Triple A is done for the day, I believe. Class A and Double A still wrestling. Of course, Class A will have a consolation round. Class Double A will have 2 rounds of wrestling. There are some pigtails in Double A, and we will have 2 rounds of championship wrestling, a short round, and then a full round, and then we will have consolation wrestling for Double A. We will be bringing you that live in about 10 minutes. I believe they'll be starting at about 2:30. That's what Mr. Van Ort told us it was going to start, so I'm trusting him. Good, but I can't hear you.
You can't hear me at all.
Well, very, very lightly.
Okay.
Oh, that's better.
I'm going to turn your headphones up a little bit. Can you hear yourself?
Yeah, I hear myself fine. Maybe, do we both sound fine?
Is that louder for you now?
Can you talk again?
Oh, I'm really quiet.
There you go. That's better. It may have to do with how far away from the
Just
microphone you are.
See, the nice thing is, Harfman, this new headset you got is way more... It's
sensitive?
a way more sensitive mic than these, so I got to just get the levels right, so it'll take a little bit of time.
It's perfect to have that little adjuster right there to get those all set up. Are those mics or headsets? Or headsets here and mics there? Assuming the smaller one that Mr. Van Ort bought is for our microphone, since that's what he was adjusting, and now he's adjusting our mics a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll just keep talking here a little bit at a time and try to figure it out. The guys are all warming up.
You know, if your wife's not in labor, you need to be on the air. Folks,
trying to get this feature done, so in case that text does come, there's some wrestling coverage in the paper tomorrow.
Well, that's a good idea.
Harfman, are you going to get down here and dance like this Plainview kid?
Oh yeah, he's dancing.
Yeah.
I would not dance that well. So
as well as him?
No, I would not. So Van Ort, he can. If you've seen pictures of him and his wife in their badminton or tennis uniforms, you'd be impressed. I'm telling you, they look like
John McEnroe and Steffi Graf.
Steffi Graf, that's what it was. McEnroe. And
I can see Van Ort yelling at officials like McEnroe.
Yeah.
The competition was fierce that day. Tell you should have been there.
Did you guys have a badminton tournament or what?
Had a badminton tournament. I won't even have to mention who got last in that, Van Ort. Do we have to mention who got last? Who did not win a...
Did we even record that? I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure...
It was on T-Stuff, but then it got taken down,
That's right. It was on T-Stuff.
I suppose I should tweet it out that you guys are live on the air, right?
Yeah. You can tweet it out.
Did you post the link at all?
No, but I will get that out here shortly.
So
how do you want me to do it? I'll tweet it to you, Fearson. And you.
You're
actually, you can just go to YouTube.
Hold on, I got it.
Hold on, he's got it. He doesn't need any of your help right now, Van Ort. He's got it. That's what he's hoping his wife's going to say. I've got it. You don't need your help.
Yeah, I will tweet it to you. It'll come from volleyball.
Kyle did already.
Well, he's already got it?
Apparently.
He got it.
How is he? He's on top of it.
Man, let's make sure it's right before we give any credit.
Yeah, that's true.
It appears to be right.
I will. Yeah, that's it right there.
Yeah.
How did he get it?
He is a.
There's 2 people watching now.
He's
that includes me.
He is a hacker.
Haneke's a hacker.
It's Haneke and Pearson that are now listening.
Well,
or maybe you.
You know what's weird though? When I looked at the stats right after we did it last week, it showed like 400 listeners, but like 4 hours later that evening, I checked it again. It was over 1,000.
There's a huge delay.
So it's
huge
not exactly
delay.
real time. What
We noticed that. We noticed that with when we did the MMA through there. Yeah, you go literally 24 hours later, and it was like 3 times as many.
Yeah.
So you know that didn't happen.
And
we did that too with the when we did like the video podcast with the football season for the post bulletin. Same thing. It's like you look right then, and it's just not. It's not a real time counter.
I'm guessing that we are going to have
20,000.
A few thousand for Thursday, I bet.
I bet
for
you're
Thursday.
Right. For Thursday.
Yeah, for the team competition.
Why?
Well, because not everyone can make it up there right away.
I know, but you're going to win by 1 million, so it doesn't.
No, people are going to want to listen.
Well,
I'll tell you why. Because we're broadcast.
When you have broadcast excellence, people tune in. That's all I got to say.
We can say whatever we want right now.
Nobody's
Kyle's
listening.
the only one listening.
Well, I'm not
Is he
sure
at school?
Who's listening. Yeah, I'm assuming he's at school. He should be.
All right, I want you. Here's the first topic of conversation. We'll get to tea stuff at some point here. Maybe when some people are listening.
Yeah.
But Patrick Kennedy versus Ryan Epps predictions for tomorrow.
Sorry for the noise here. I'm pulling off the monitoring headset. Well, let's make sure they both get there. I can't imagine a scenario in which they wouldn't.
Well,
but
yeah. I mean, obviously,
if they were to meet again,
you think it's Kennedy's time?
Well,
you got to feel good about where he stands on the feet.
In the duel against Cannon at Casamanigo, right at the end of the season, Kennedy took a quick 4-1 lead.
Right.
And then his conditioning looked like caught up to him. So, in my opinion, it's going to come down to if Patrick was able to bring his conditioning up a level. And the only issue that I see with that is that this time of year, they're not really focused on building conditioning. They're getting the wrestlers fresh and ready to go and recovering.
But I would think that they changed their strategy for him because he hasn't been there all year.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. I haven't been in the room to see what's going on, but that would be my only concern. I think Patrick can wrestle with him. I think Patrick's even more talented than he is as a wrestler. But I just don't know.
After seeing him against Aldrich, don't you think that if he wrestled that kind of match...
Aldrich is a different match.
Oh, well,
by far
that's
than
way different weight.
Yeah.
You know, Aldrich was up, 3 weights essentially? 2 weights.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see the match, but it's going to...
So let's ask it this way: what does Kennedy need to do to flip that match, Van Ort? What would if you're coaching him?
He's just got to finish stronger. He's got to finish the last half of the match. He looks, the way he can attack and put moves together early in matches is remarkable.
Well,
you don't see very many guys in the state doing that, but it's just he hasn't been able to finish matches as strong as he started them.
Well,
from what I've seen
stuck
this year.
underneath.
There you go. That's it. So you have to wrestle him. I think you have to wrestle him from the feet. So you have to figure out a way. You're never going to go underneath him.
Never. Well, obviously you're going to start one period underneath him, but
when he puts you down, he has to put you down.
Yeah, he'd have to put you down.
Right.
And he's only going to be able to do that if he's ahead. Right. And I think that Patrick, if I had to guess, I'd say Patrick leads again at the end of the first period.
Well, clearly Kennedy has taken the advantage now on the feet. I don't think there's a
unless he's tired. Because Epps did take him down when he got tired.
Late. That was late, right?
Yeah.
But he took him down.
So.
Yeah. Actually, Epps cut him to take him down. Remember?
Right. Yeah.
So, and that was just. I think that the difference for Patrick in conditioning, it's not about getting in better condition. I don't think he can. I think the difference is that he was coming back so quick. You know, he was just back, and I think now that he's wrestled a little bit more, and I think that's the difference. I don't think it'll be that actual lung conditioning, but the body conditioning, the muscle conditioning, if that makes sense.
Well, and it's stuff that doesn't get exposed until you're going against a kid that good.
Correct.
You know, if anyone out there, you know, I have no idea how many listeners we've got right now, probably just a couple, but if you're one of those, for instance, Mr. Hunnicky, if you're out there listening, go ahead and use the live chat at the bottom of the YouTube feed. You can drag up the live chat window and just tell us what the audio quality sounds like. I believe, because Hartman was able to procure this new high-end headset, that we're going to have less noise than we did in the broadcast last week, because last week we were converting one of the nice ones into an unbalanced. Not that anyone needs to know that, but
Well, for all you technical gurus out there, come see Van Ort if you ever want to get set up in any audio-video situation.
Yeah. But anyway, tell us how it sounds, and if, say Harfman's way too loud and Ben and I can't be heard at all.
Yeah, if you could turn Harfman's mic off, down, way, way down.
Did you think I was inappropriate last week?
With the refs, I did, yeah. I thought
what do you mean?
Way over the line.
When did I get on the refs?
It sounds gray.
I've been talking to Haneke's brother quite a bit.
Or great.
To who? To Trevor?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
So you're just way over the line.
I want Trevor to come up and talk.
Inappropriate.
By the way, I did try and convince Mr. Berge, Brock Berge, to come up and talk.
Now that he's a Gopher, yeah, let's have him on.
And if Sam Stoll comes down, or we get Sam Stoll on the line next week, we're gonna for the state tournament. We're gonna.
They're not wrestling anymore next weekend.
I can't answer that. I don't follow
Iowa.
Well, I don't follow. I couldn't tell you if Minnesota's wrestling next week either. Just telling you. Could you, Ben?
No.
Folks, you couldn't see the eye roll by Pearson, but there was quite the eye roll. Much like his wife gives him, he just gave that to me. So.
Yeah, no, I definitely couldn't. I got too much else going on right now.
You got a lot of things going. Did you finish that feature article yet?
No, because I can't talk to the kid until after he's done wrestling.
Oh.
When you get the sneak peek, though, it's Jake Mant of Chatfield.
Okay, so let's talk about this. This is second round of Class A wrestling, right? Second round of championship.
We haven't started anything yet. We did all of AAA.
Just AAA.
Everything, wrestlebacks included. AAA is out the building.
Okay, so A and AA are going at the same time. Oh, well, that's fun. I prefer that. I much prefer that.
Yeah.
Hey, if your headphone levels are too high or too low.
Yep.
Ben, you're number
I'm
one.
Perfect.
And
I
you're
am number
3.
Yeah.
Oh, of course I'm number 3.
Of course.
Ben's the number 1. Of course.
I'm number 2.
Ty
Right
Carrier
now.
says we sound great.
I'm guessing. Hey, are you on track at all? Because these guys down here were just asking if track's working okay for us.
Well, it was. Tell them that the Wi-Fi went out, but it doesn't matter to us at this point. Hey, Harfman hotspot.
We're
Give
set.
everybody
you
that
find it?
password. Give that out online.
If you need to plug to Harfman, we got one more plug.
Track was working fine for me. I don't know. I guess I haven't checked.
Came prepared.
Van Ort is always he's the Boy Scouts of
We've
America.
got wrestlers going on already.
You know who
Wow.
wasn't prepared, by the way?
Who?
Coach Hill. He didn't charge the iPad.
Coach Hill.
Ooh.
Luckily, your daughter caught it.
What's the opposite of a Comet coin? Like, you get a Comet coin for being exceptional.
Like a.
What happens to like a Hill in this case? What do you
I
give
thought
him?
you were like looking for like a Owatonna quarter or something.
A Faribault flat.
I'm gonna let you guys go there. I'm not going there.
Actually, we can't even bash
we
Faribault at
cannot
all
bash
anymore.
Faribault.
No.
Because they
Like I
overperform.
said, I can't imagine
Hey,
Owatonna losing to Faribault.
By the way,
wrestling is going to sit very well on Owatonna.
you realize that the Comets Youth Wrestling Program has another number 2 ranked seeded wrestler in this tournament? I don't know how he did. Austin Rendler from
Oh, you
Faribault.
told me that, yeah.
He's seeded number 2. How'd he do today?
He's in the semis.
Okay.
He probably had a bye.
I wonder
Tell
if
me how watered down wrestling is when you got kids in AA that won't wrestle today. There's weights in A and AA that have 6. That's not right. Come on. Like that was only a possibility in AAA for many years.
So how long do you think it'll be before they go back to 2 classes then?
I'd like to see it tomorrow.
I think.
Let's go back to 2 classes and back to T stuff.
Yep.
Here.
Yeah, let's just wait on the T stuff. So I agree until more people.
You know
are
what
listening.
though? Haneke might have a really good contact of a guy that can run a good tournament. We should maybe consider
Yes.
that instead of both track and T stuff.
And yes,
This
we
guy.
he's got contacts. That's
Yeah.
right. I can't say too much because I was sort of involved in
But
that decision.
you couldn't
Did
have
you
gone
need to
smoother.
bring up that you were sort of involved if it was a decision made in either Casson or Manterville? I don't think you need to say that. We know.
Yeah, right.
By the way, they are starting wrestling. The heavyweights are out there.
No,
for
there was
AAA.
one AAA match that they couldn't wrestle because they had wrestled too recently. So that's why those kids are done. But after they're done, there's no AAA wrestlers wrestling.
So my comment was still right.
What?
That there's wrestling happening.
There's a match happening.
And
If you want to call these big guys Those aren't even heavyweights.
It's 2-2, man.
Hey, someone's season is ending right here.
Exactly. Let's give some
possibly
respect.
career. This isn't heavyweight, so I think this is 220.
Well, and now they're wrestling on other mats.
That's everybody.
I've got to.
I'm going to go ahead and have Patsky tweet the link out.
He did.
Patsky's wife. Did
did,
wrestling do it as well?
Yeah.
Just recently?
I just don't know how this tweet thing works. I don't know how to make it
You
work.
just hit send.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to see what everything. So you guys got it on. So
Yeah.
Comet Wrestling and Activities has tweeted it.
Correct.
Okay, well then I'm just.
And
gonna
Ben
stop
Fearson.
talking.
We sort of have a problem
Ben Fearson
here.
tweeted his millions of followers.
We sort of have a problem here with track because we can't cover, you have to go back and forth with track to go see who's wrestling out there.
It's a pain.
It is a pain.
It's
Team
a
stuff,
good
you never had to
old-fashioned
worry
pain.
about that.
Well, and if you look at our live YouTube screen, as soon as we get Comet wrestlers wrestling, well, I shouldn't promise this because I'm not going to be here the whole evening.
Right.
Tomorrow, though, if there's
Yes.
any Comet wrestlers wrestling, we'll have the wrestler name up there, who he's wrestling against, and the live score updating at the same time.
Did you hear what he just said? Fearson?
Yeah,
If there's any Comet wrestler still alive tomorrow.
I didn't say that.
He sort of said that,
No.
didn't he?
If
What did
there's
he
a
say?
common wrestler eliminated today, there's a
Would be
better
it.
chance of that.
There's less of a chance.
Less of a
that,
chance of that happening than.
Yeah. I really think I'm really hoping that we have 14 Comets in the semis tomorrow.
Did you guys want to put in a bet on the time that I get my water broke text? Today or tomorrow? You got exact
You know what I
time.
think, Herfman?
What?
It's going to keep getting pushed off and come Thursday about 11:30 a.m.
Yep.
Well, you want to know what's really stupid? Mayo Clinic has a policy that you cannot induce until a full week after your due date. This kid's been measuring 2 weeks ahead the entire time.
Yeah, let's start a petition, and maybe they just don't get it that there's state wrestling going on this week.
Well, we didn't schedule to be induced until Monday after because why? I said, well, I'm not going to be here. I mean,
Just,
if you want to go
just
have it,
hold it.
that's what I told her today and tomorrow.
Just
now she has to wait
squeeze.
till Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not a woman. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
We get to be on the air and
For a
joke
variety of
about
reasons.
that.
Yeah.
As she's the one sitting there
Katie's
miserably
he doesn't
hating
get-
you right now, Ben. Just hating you for doing that.
She's
doesn't-
not listening.
Did she listen?
She's still hating
She
you.
never listens.
If I were her, I'd pick up some pointers by listening.
Yeah. Hartman and I are old hats at this stuff. We're
for
way
sure.
ahead of you, Pearson.
Pearson, you got a lot of work to do to catch up. You probably never
wise.
catch up. There's a chance of that.
So why try?
Because we'll always be a little bit ahead, right?
Yep. You're always going to be a little ahead.
Van Ort, you and I got to be. How old are you, Van Ort?
I'm young.
He's young.
Sub 40.
Oh, so am I.
Barely sub 40.
So am I.
39.5,
I'm 38. So.
Wow.
0.67. I turned 40 in September.
Okay.
Yeah, 39 and a half.
Well, then you guys got a long ways to see if you're as fit as me when you're this age. Just telling you.
Yeah.
Got a lot of work to do.
No, what you're saying.
Takes a lot of work.
What you're saying is I got a long time before I got to start getting fit again.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Takes a lot of work to maintain that physique.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's 6'4" in this 220-pound AAA match that is going to send somebody on to possibilities of state. Well, it's the state aspirations.
All right, so here's the other issue I brought up to Van Ort before you got here with the seeding.
All right.
They heavily weighted how you finished that state last year.
Whoa, time out. Which class? All three classes, or are you just talking?
I'm obviously thinking of a very specific example. However, we'll just go with that for now.
Okay.
So they heavily,
I'm thinking of that
they
same-
heavily weighted how you finished that state last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so using an unseeded tournament, they're going to seed this tournament. You know what I mean? Last year's state tournament was not seeded. So I'm thinking specifically of Keach and Mant.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know what you were thinking.
So Keach, Mant beat him in the section finals, right?
Yep.
So Keach goes on and finishes second. Gets obviously beaten bad in the finals
Yep.
because Mant was on the wrong side of the bracket. Mant got fifth.
Yep.
You know, if Mant had lost the section finals, then he's probably in the finals too. So to seed a tournament based on an unseeded tournament, based on results from an unseeded tournament. Obviously, it's only a 1-year thing that's going to be that way, but that's a goofy thing. And they didn't wrestle this year, so there was very few common opponents.
But again, we kind of discussed this earlier. I just think even if it's all messed up, it can't be worse than it was last year, even this year. And after this year, it'll be really good.
You know what they did, though? The track spit out what their seeds were, and then human intervention came in. Because you know what track spit out for Robbie Horseman? 6. Track spit out him as the 6th seed.
Sure. Well, I know that they...
And Radke said he went, whoa, let's back up a little bit here then. If that's going to be how this is going to go, because that was the first weight, obviously, that it spit out. I was like, all right, now you're going to need to do the common sense part of this.
Well, so think it's not going to be in a different state. And they've already said that at state, there
can only
very
be one spot,
tweaking.
right? Yeah. I think the rule was one spot, right?
It's just going to be crazy because you are really going to seriously get penalized for going to national tournaments. What they need to have is they need to tweak that and have a quality wins and quality losses in there, so that when you wrestle somebody from, if you're a Class A wrestler or Double A, and you're wrestling somebody from Triple A, that's let's say a number 1 ranked guy in the state, doesn't really matter what, but you lose that match, that's still, and let's just say it's a close match, that's a quality loss. Sounds funny, but it's a quality loss.
Yeah.
That's
why I'm saying I don't know that.
Let's take it as it comes.
I'd rather have coaches do it.
So yeah.
Or just let you and I do it.
Yeah, they could do that. That would work. So.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'm trying to get tenants lined up right now.
That would probably be their best option, just to let us do it.
Although when you used to do the seating for the Clash, you used to downgrade the comments all the time.
Yeah, but not that far though. Wouldn't affect them like.
But I'm saying, like, okay, so Mant, now he's got to wrestle Gadian in the semis, so that really did make a difference. You know what I mean? Like Gadian, he's been to state. I think he's a state place winner, if I'm not wrong. Might be wrong on that, but okay. So I did good thing for you to hear, Harfman. I did not know this, but in the Chatfield room assistant now, Matt Mouseth joined the program this year. That's huge for them. That's very huge for them because he's a good coach. He was an exceptional wrestler, a state champion at Rochester Mayo, and it gives somebody for Mant to go with because at this point that room has been so decimated. Zach Curry and Mouseth have been Mant's main training partners at this point.
Which really helps him now.
That's huge for Mant because if Mant had a weakness, it was on his feet, and Matt Mouseth on his feet is about as good, one of the best I've seen when he was on.
Right.
I mean, that senior year of his, I compared to him to, I can't remember if he was 45 or 52 or whatever, but he looked like a 152-pound version of Zach Sanders. Like, he could get in on your legs that as quick and as just fluid as Zach could. So I'm sure he is helping him on the feet.
That's where a lot of these very large schools make hay, is when they get some kids to come back, or they get somebody to come in and wrestle with them, because you have to have training partners, and if you don't have training partners, it's really hard to get that much better. So a lot of wrestling going on out here.
That'll happen.
I was looking for something in particular, in particular to call, but I don't see
these are the
anything.
pigtails, so it's kind of tough.
Okay, well, Garrison Shore is on the mat now that I see that. He is down 2-0 in the first period, trying to get his escape, and he got his escape to make it 2-1 now. So, is it Felipe? Is that who he's wrestling? Felipe's in on a single. Shore's got him has him pretty flat. Looks like he's in a position at least to wear out.
And now he scored a takedown, so now he is actually up 3-2.
So this was the deepest bracket in the tournament right here at 132. This is absolutely no gimme for Shore. I think he'll wear him. I think Shore will wear him out and eventually sort of have his way, but That is not an easy draw right there. Shore controlling on top right now. Pedro Lopez, 21-7, a junior from the Crescent. That's who Shore is up on 3-2 as we end the first period here.
Crazy that's a first-round match.
21-7 versus 25-10 for Shore. So Shore's going to go underneath to start this second. I know Brandon Shore's brother was planning on listening, so I don't know if he's on yet, but his brother is out wrestling. Lopez doing a good job of controlling the wrist as they break it for some reason, and I don't know what it was. There was no caution or no potentially dangerous that I saw, but they broke it. 8 seconds into the second period. Shore hits a switch right away off the whistle. He's going to get it, it looks like, and he does get it and goes up 5-2. Shore working a little head lever now. Now he just breaks him down, controls the wrist. Goes that crossed wrist right now, it looks like. Again, they're on the far mat all the way across from us, so it's a little bit hard to see. Lopez tries to sit out. Shore catches a wrist and then flattens him back out. Now he's running the bar arm. He's got that bar pretty deep. If he can run this thing, he's trying to catch the far wrist. Keeping a good amount of pressure on. Lopez trying to come up now. Shore still got that bar on the left side. Now he gives that bar up. 1 minute, 7 seconds left to go here in the second period. Shore leading this one 5-2. Lopez gets to his feet and gets an escape. He's quick off the get-go when he wants to. So that was Shore looked like he was in complete control, and then trouble hit there. Now Shore, Lopez tries to fireman, and Shore just about catches him. Now I think he's going to get his takedown. There's a whizzer in, and Shore does get it.
Yep.
So it takes him out of bounds, and so he's going to lead this 7-3 when they come back to the middle with 42 seconds left to go here in the second period.
The longer this match goes, the more it favors Shore.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Lopez looks tired right now. He'll get back to the middle. Shore was sitting there waiting for him to get back. Catches the wrist. He catches him on his back. He catches Lopez. Lopez came up like he's going to stand up. Shore threw him straight backwards and is getting near fall points. Looks like Lopez does get off his back, but he gets 3 near fall to widen this score 10-3. Nice job by Shore. Looking to do some more damage on top now. He's been good on top. Lopez was explosive, tried to come out of there. Shore just felt the pressure just right and pulled him directly backwards, right to his back.
Just 10 seconds remaining here in the second period. We do have Andy Bigelow looking like he's getting ready to wrestle as well. Didn't we have Robbie Horseman with the first round match?
I thought we did.
Did we miss that?
Probably. I blame Horseman.
Oh boy.
I don't think we missed him.
We wouldn't have missed him. Come on, I wasn't.
I didn't hear his name.
That's the first match on that mat. So
yeah. So starting the third here, Shore on top, riding Lopez, catches him on his back for a couple more. Lopez, a great bridge. Holy buckets. You don't see bridges like that, and he bridges and flips out of it. Shore gets 2 more back points. It looks like he's up 12-3. Lopez gets an escape. Oh, doesn't have the escape yet. He got out front. Garrison doing a nice job of staying tight on that head, trying to circle around and get back there, and he does get to the ankle. He's head in the hold, trying to get there. Looks like he's just going to score he's just going to stay on top. Looked like he might go to that cradle, but he just played it safe, leading 12-3 with 1 minute 17 seconds left to go in this match.
Nick just told me that Robbie does not have a first round match anymore. Something changed there. So.
Okay. Did the bracket change, you know?
I don't know if the bracket
changed.
changed.
I know a couple did today. I saw a couple have today.
But I do see Robbie Horseman standing over there next to Keaton and Hammond watching Garrison.
Yeah. So he's still the 2 seeds, got Duffy in the quarters.
You guys come up with a good nickname for Horseman yet?
We have not.
We don't want to go too soon with that. You know, we got to make sure it's good enough to stick.
Well, I think of there's a very good red-headed fighter in Minnesota that we've anointed the Jinja Ninja. Robbie could embrace that.
The Ninja.
It's actually Bobby Lee, if you remember. He was a state. I think he won the. I can't remember. I know he got to the finals. I can't remember if he won from Becker his senior year. It was like 2 years ago. He went straight into fighting.
By the way, Shore continues to dominate on top. He's just controlling everything, but no opportunities to turn here. And they're getting Lopez for a stalling.
Yeah, when you're down 12-3, getting called for stalling, your conditioning probably isn't
So
great.
Bigelow's coming out to the mat here.
Biggs. By the way, guys, I don't do this a lot because I'm a pretty busy guy, but I listen to a little bit of our broadcast, specifically Bigelow and Berge and Noah from the Albert Lee duel.
Yeah. Specifically.
Fairly entertaining. You guys may want to check that out. Listen back to that. Because that was funny.
With us talking? Oh.
Because at that point, remember, Albert Lee had just basically rolled over.
We weren't. You guys weren't out of line, were you?
No.
Just
of course
checking.
not. Garson wins 12-3, right?
It depends on who you're a fan of.
Yeah. Albert Lee fans may not have appreciated our innuendo and tone there, but I can guarantee that the Castle Mannerville fans loved it.
Did you just see Bigelow jump right there?
Kid's
got like a 40-inch vertical.
Who's he got here?
I don't know, Cannon Falls kid. Who do they have up there? A strain?
Versus Cannon Falls kid. All right, that's what I'll put on the screen.
Yeah, Bigelow gets another takedown, and it was not overly difficult. He looked like he's going to go for the pin now, and he's going to get it. He's got him on his back.
I was going to say, so far it looks like what would happen if I wrestled Bigelow.
Yeah, this is going to end soon here. We're minute 28 seconds, and it ended right there.
The ref had had enough of that.
Yep. So
is that it?
That's it.
Yeah.
I didn't even get the score. Pin. I'll just put pin on
4-1. Before
pin in 7.3 seconds.
No, 33 seconds.
33 seconds. So what I'm going to do...
Hey, we were talking about this today, too. Gimlock.
Yes.
They should not have accepted Southland in because they would have stayed down and they would have been in Section 2. And last year in Section 2, they could have been awfully tough. Don't you think?
Yeah. What does... I wonder what Southland brings to them.
And if... Two kids. And if they had stayed, I wonder if Kenyon would have still been over here this year.
Ooh. I bet they would.
Probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would have... Oh, you're right.
That would have made Blue Earth very happy. And honestly, don't you think if they were in there this year, they might have had a shot in that section?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't have been, they would have been right there with Blue Earth.
Right.
So if you're listening, I'm putting the results into the live chat on YouTube, so we'll have an archived history of all the results in there.
Man, you're the man.
Wow.
At least up through 3:30 when I have to leave, or 20 after 3. But tomorrow, then we'll do this also the entire time. So live scores will be on the screen, and archived results will be under the live chat.
Tell you what, you're going above and beyond the Call of Duty there, Van Ort.
Well, I feel like I'm obligated.
Really?
Yep. Haneke
Who do you
expects
owe?
us to perform, so we perform.
Well, you're the only one with a huge contract here.
He does have a huge contract.
That may
here.
have something to do with it, but that's not the entire thing.
How much of your contract is in KoMet coins?
I'm not
At liberty to
to
say.
discuss that at
Makes
this
sense.
moment.
I will say my least favorite ref is in the building. I won't say who.
He's still very good. He's just the least favorite of all of them.
No. Nope.
So he's very good, but he's actually not your least favorite?
Just not. I'm sure he's good at something.
Well,
Just not at officiating wrestling. Sure, he's a good guy.
everyone's
And I'm not
born
gonna
with
say-
different gifts.
Right. Don't know
We're
what
all
his are.
special in our ways.
Yeah.
Some people recognize what those are. Other people, not so much.
Some people will run from those abilities. Some people embrace them.
Like Van Ort, for instance.
Yeah. But he's
What are
good
my
at
abilities?
so many things.
Right.
Like, it's hard for him.
It's hard
like,
to even name
like,
one
what are you going to
'cause
grab
there's so
onto when
many.
you're that good at, you know?
Yeah.
He's like the bell jar guy.
I've always said I'd rather be pretty good at 100 things than really good
Wait.
at one thing and not good at the rest.
Isn't that the bell jar?
I'm not sure. I'm not good at that.
Reading?
This whole communication process.
Well, kids today aren't very good at the communication process because they're on screens all day, every day.
Wait, are you snapping me? Because if not, I have no idea what you're trying to tell me.
Human interaction? I don't know.
Is that still a thing? Do they still snap?
I don't know.
I think they do.
Nick will hear this in about 15 seconds because he's on the delay. But tell me if you know, Nick, if people still snap.
So.
It's probably not. It's probably something new by now.
Yeah.
Just during this conversation, they probably shifted to some other form of social media.
Something we don't even know about.
Yeah. We should invent the next.
Yeah.
It has been confirmed that people do indeed
Still
snap. Yeah, we should invent something cool.
We could have. We could put Nick on.
Yeah.
There's no. I mean, there's extra. Isn't there an extra plug?
When the baby comes, he's gonna have to take my headset.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what? Whoa. And
did you save the paper when Nick was in the honor roll?
I don't get the paper. Is that bad?
Yeah. Horrible. Put me out of work.
Food
Food on my table.
Benno, why are you trying to put Pearson out of work?
How can I afford a second kid if you're not even gonna get the paper?
Well,
how can I afford the first kid?
I'll talk to Haneke and see if he can get you on the contract.
I already tried to talk Haneke into giving me a job. Turned out it had to go through Harfman, and he shot it down.
He asked for a reference, and you said Harfman. He said no thanks.
No, Harfman said no thanks.
Oh, I see. KoMet fans, we are waiting for the next KoMet wrestler. The good news is there's not a lot in this first round because they got pretty good seeds.
I thought you were going to say
board.
The good news is you get to listen to a couple of wildly entertaining announcers.
The bad news, KoMet fans, is that I'll actually be leaving shortly. Nick and I are heading up to the Iowa State Gopher Duel.
Part of the National Wrestling.
And so you guys are going to have to listen without me and just listen to these two guys.
They'll have to endure. We'll have to find somebody to sit in.
Endure is a good one. Maybe Jeff Jensen, Mr. Golden Pipes himself.
Yeah, how do Iowa State and Minnesota match up? Have you
know what? I think I haven't looked at but I mean, they should be pretty close, and I think they are calling this match part of the national duels now.
But the national duels are not.
I know.
What it should.
This is what happens when you let Penn State and Iowa get their way.
It's like the city of Rochester. We're gonna annex you, and you, and you,
and that's fine. But why don't you wrestle down to a champ? Come on, it's not like the ACC Big Ten Challenge for basketball where they just play everybody. That's ridiculous. Because
so, like, if the Gophers win, you can say national duels champs.
Yeah,
we won
that's
national
as close
duel
as they're
championship
getting, baby.
number 4 bracket.
Bracket 4.
Is
or
it
number
is
5
it,
bracket?
Since nobody's listening, this is the time we should talk about J-Rob.
Hey, what we should before we talk about that too much. Did you happen to see the KoMet's individual lineup for this weekend changed a little bit with Brett Paulson going heavyweight?
Yeah.
And Jimmy Paulson going to 22.
Which is how they wrestled the duel against Albert Lee.
You're
Remember?
right.
They bumped everybody up, and then so that basically what what everyone saw when we absolutely embarrassed Albert Lee on a statewide stage is what you will see for the individual portion of this tournament.
And that's the team. Yep.
That's it.
Now,
maybe it's even a nationwide stage because we're on the internet, right?
Yeah.
And I might be wrong, but I think you can get that outside of state lines.
Well,
maybe just not in Iowa, but everywhere else they've got internet.
We do know that Stoll was listening from somewhere, but it could have been
Montana.
Colorado.
It was Montana.
Oh, was it Montana?
Yeah.
All right, well. I'm just watching the some of these results come in across the ticker, and
that is one thing track is good for.
Having the ticker,
having what's actually going on in front of you.
Yep, that is nice. There's not much going on in front of us, folks, because the round is just about done. All these, well, I'm going to call them pigtails, but
the good news is now we will actually get to see some KoMet wrestlers in this next round.
Other than the 2 that we did get to see, if folks are just tuning in.
Yep.
You'll get to see them too.
I just didn't want people to think nobody from the KoMets wrestled. We did have 2. Garrison Shore won.
Garson.
That's
how they put an eye in there.
If it's possible to keep that ticker screen or the dashboard up, like once they start going, so I can see who the opponents are,
absolutely,
that would be very helpful.
We will keep that up. Anything for the high price,
paid. I mean, you got to keep me happy.
Yep. How was your green room? Was it sufficient for you?
Yeah, except Haneke forgot to take out the yellow M&Ms again. And I don't know how many times I have to tell him I don't like the yellows.
Yeah.
So I'm at the edge of my rope here.
But fortunately, he did remember to replace the stool top with golden top, right?
Golden leafed covering.
Right. As long as
I got my 6-pack of Dasani.
Dasani?
Water. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, that's really crappy water, though.
Really?
Yeah. That's like Coke or Pepsi owns them, by the way.
So ghetto.
No, yeah, you don't want that. That's really low-class water.
That's the good stuff.
That's worse than tap water.
Whoa.
Voss.
So tell us, what
is there
doing?
a size difference in this match right here? Like the white guy looks like he's
that's
about
Mitchell Schmitz.
3 classes higher than the purple guy that he's tossing around like a small child.
Yeah.
It's like me wrestling Nick out there.
Salty. I'm pretty excited for Mitchell Schmitz versus Otomo.
Will not be close.
I don't think Mitchell Schmitz is that bad.
Is this him wrestling right here?
Yeah.
He will not be close.
Watching him,
they didn't wrestle in the duel.
Watching him butcher that cradle, I'm gonna say he's not as good as he
switched out of it.
That's what I saw too.
Yeah.
He switched out of it.
That's a lot of raw fury right there, not so much technique.
Like I said,
Otomo would not miss that.
Otomo is a lot of raw fury too.
That's a good wrestling name though, Otomo.
Matthew Peterson is getting to be a pretty good size for 106.
He is.
He's so low to the ground. He doesn't even have to bend over to put his hands on.
He's a junior now, though, right?
Yeah. He's due.
Do you think Mitchell can do anything, or is he not good enough to?
Not this year.
No.
Well, he's sort of up a weight. He's weighing in. I saw the weigh-ins. He's weighing in at 13, 14.
When he's big at his weight, he'll do well.
Absolutely. We'll see where they end up next year if Matthew and Mitchell grow enough that they actually are fill into some weights.
We're talking about kids being on screens, and I was talking to Ryan Radke earlier, Byron coach, and we were talking about just getting kids off screens and how, yeah, kids stink now, but think of all the crap we did when we were little kids, but there's no record of it, It didn't, nobody could pull out a cell phone camera or anything when we did something stupid. And he was talking about how he walks through the lunchroom now, and you go by every table, and every kid's just on their phone. There's nobody talking to anybody.
It's ridiculous.
It's like, you think about when we'd walk through, how are you not staring at that table of girls over there? How are you guys not talking about that, or whatever? And they're all just on their phones. And then he was talking about how
they're staring at some selfie that the girl sent him on.
Probably, yeah. Well, actually talk to him? No. Yeah. But he was talking about how there was a fight and he broke it up, and he tackled the kid off another kid, and of course someone had the cell phone out, so there's a video of him on YouTube tackling a kid off.
Oh no! Here comes the lawsuits, right?
Well, maybe.
Yeah. Sad thing is that happens all the time, where they break the camera out just at the.
Well, right. That would be the. But he said he has people come up to him. You're the guy I'm from YouTube that broke up that fight, that tackled that kid.
Instant star. It looks like we've got Robbie Horseman out there walking around, getting ready to wrestle at some point in the next, I guess, 15 to 20.
The Jinja Ninja?
The Jinja Ninja. Over there by Mitchell Peterson out of Byron.
Is it Mitchell or Matthew?
He's actually by Mitchell.
Oh, yeah, that's Mitchell there.
Matthew is also in the
Matthew's more in the
area.
stalking mode.
Yeah, Matthew must have a match coming up earlier than the other guys because he's stalking.
You see all the AA pigtails are done. We just got a couple of Class A pigtails going right now. Odamo's down there right now.
So this would be Marcus.
No,
This is actually Michael.
yeah. He's having a hard time turning this kid.
Anybody have any feedback for us? You can use the Google Live chat window, or you can tweet Fearson. He's a tweet machine. He'll see it right away. Or you can send an email to Harfman's work email, which is...
Oh, yeah.
Or give out his cell phone. They can just
cell
text.
phone. Or, you know what, better yet, just give out Fearson's wife's cell phone number, and they can...
Well, everybody's already got that.
Here we go.
At least the fellas.
Here we go.
I wonder...
Odamo's getting... turned.
She hasn't given you updates at like random times, did she?
Did you just tell her not to dare text you during the tournament?
No, I told her not to text me anymore because every time I see the phone light up, I assume she's telling me her water broke.
So
is there a emoticon or whatever? What do you call that?
Your emoticon
for water breaking?
How your water broke?
Just a single little picture that says everything that you need to know.
See, look, Nick Van Ort.
Nick Van Ort, 7-4. Is that true, Nick? Are you 7-4?
He doesn't know he's
he'll hear it in about 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
We need to have this delay here to catch all of our oopsies.
Yeah. Well, like we bleep them all
Haneke's
out.
back at school with the dump button. Dump, dump, dump.
As soon as he hears the word ref, just mutes the whole broadcast.
Yeah. I think he's probably just got that self-programmed. As soon as the word comes out, it recognizes it.
Right.
Boom. So
sounds like a clean rap song or whatever.
Would you be surprised if Odemo did not win the state title, Harfman?
I would, based on how
I think him and Androli is going to be fun if they get there. If those two are the kids in the finals. I mean, you got to say Androli is tough to score on. Now he's not super offensive.
I see a whole host of KoMet's coaches over there. Travis and Jamie and Kevin and Ryan.
Odemo's going to pin this kid with a tilt. One more tilt.
Is Frank over there? If Frank is over there, he's not wearing blue. Oh, there he is. He is wearing blue. He was behind Travis or something.
That's easy to miss.
Yeah. Well, our host of KoMet's fans that are listening, 3:15 he said?
That's what he said.
That's 9 minutes away. Suppose we could play some music. Or we could just talk.
Do you have some non-licensed music that you can play?
YouTube.
You can't just play that?
You're not allowed to, no.
Really?
They can take your whole thing down if someone
All I'm
finds out
doing is
somehow.
playing YouTube on my computer. If someone happens to hear it through our broadcast, is that a bad thing?
I don't know that with podcasts, if you put
any music on there,
well, you gotta go. There's a specific website you have to go to, unlicensed music that can be. Yeah, so like when I go find, I just like search through these websites.
It's essentially elevator music.
Well, no, I mean there's just like up and coming artists basically that put it out there because I mean it really probably is better for them to. But if you use something in a podcast, you're supposed to pay them royalties, basically.
Sure.
Royalty-free music is what you have to find.
So if we say $1 for every listener, we'd owe.
You owe Adele a lot of money.
At least $20.
Hey, what you said we had over 1,000 last time.
Oh, we did. That's true.
That
Right now, I don't think our listenership is terribly high.
We have to have a lot because just to justify your salary.
Well, the taxpayers will pick it up. So
yeah, it was kind of like
may require another referendum, but
no. It's kind of like
it was in the fine print on the first
It's free
one.
college. It's equivalent to free college.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just raise taxes on the
Free
rich guys,
college.
and that'll pay for it all.
No, who has to pay for that? No, it's just free. Well, who has to pay for it? No, you don't understand. It's just free.
Make everything. Let's just make everything free.
Yeah.
Do you need a salary to work?
Heck. No, it's just free.
No.
Everything's free.
Harfman, you want to go dive into the RCTC situation?
I want to. Yeah, I absolutely do. I meant to ask you about that. What's going on there, Fearsome?
What a mess. What a colossal bunch of people who don't know what they're doing.
Well, you better give a little quick update.
I can tell you what rumors. I can tell you what we've heard, but I don't know that any of them are true, and they have not told anybody what's true and what's not true, and that's their own fault. They chose to take the path. But so after all the unrest that we've already had, they just recently let go of their football coach.
Yep.
Their
Who
football
took them to the
coach who
national?
took them to the first national championship game ever. And, they're, like I said, they've never been in that game before, and they may never get there again. So clearly success was not the reason for him being let go, but they also gave him no explanation, according to him, of why he was let go. And I don't have a reason to doubt that, the way the administration handled everything at every step of the way out there. But supposedly, the way some wording was done, they made it sound like it was an academic that the academics of the team were not what they're looking for, so they're cleaning house in that sense. Well, it's junior college. I hate to tell you, everybody doesn't go out there because they're these brilliant kids, and that's not a knock on anybody, but that's where you go to get grades, to get your grades up, and to get yourself in shape for real college. And so I don't buy that as a viable thing. Now, cleaning up the program in some other areas, I could believe if that's what the explanation is, but they gave no explanation. So right now we don't know that. But if that's what it is, that they wanted better citizens as part of the football program, okay, because they have had issues with that, but they're not the only program out there that's had some serious issues with that. And if he's being held to that standard, if that is, again, we still don't know if that's the reason, because they give us nothing. They give nobody any explanation of what they're doing out there, which it's a public institution. Everything they do out there should be a matter of public, on the table. It shouldn't be, we shouldn't even have to ask for it.
Hey, guys.
What?
Sorry, Ben. I'm going to take off because I think we're going to need some time to get out of here. And
all right.
Meeting some family up there for a meal before the duel. So, well, I'll be listening on the old YouTube on the way up.
Plug us in on the phone.
I will.
Car,
Pump it through the audio in the car, and
don't worry, we'll talk.
And I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure you will.
I might be. I might not.
I'll be back tomorrow for the real show. We'll let you lower class guys handle this preliminary stuff. And all right,
you'll be back. So okay.
All right, thanks, guys.
Manort, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
See
and as soon as he's off of here, we got some stuff to talk about.
If you do bring in Golden Pipes Jensen,
turn it up. Got it. Sounds great. Pearson, it looks like it's just you and I. And I'm really hoping you can stick it out and endure the whole time.
I won't be able to do it the whole time because I'll have to go down to do some interviews. But
well, then we're gonna have to round somebody up to help out here.
Definitely.
So when hey, by the way, did you see? Take a look at Bringa's shirt. He's walking right down there.
Where?
Right there next to the kid in the orange. He's walking away. Now he's walking.
Oh, well, what does it say? I see him, but what does it say?
It's the same one he wore in your article.
Oh. Well, it's probably his warm-up shirt.
That's a warm-up shirt. It must be his lucky shirt.
Could be.
Folks, if you don't know, it says KM Wrestling on it. And
it does?
Yeah.
Oh.
You think that in the article
would have blurred it out.
They would have.
Coaches would have made him take it off.
Thrown a sweatshirt over it that says, I don't know.
Well, they're not in your class, so I guess it's better.
I get it.
Better than a Stewartville kid wearing it.
But I think he's got down to date.
So okay,
yeah. So
we're talking RCTC.
Yep.
Now I've heard other rumors of this coach, we'll just say maybe being too much of a friend with the kids.
Okay.
So that again, all 100% rumor, nothing. But this is what happens when you let go of someone under the veil of secrecy without putting your cards on the table on what's happening. Or, like I said, everything I've heard so far, if he's being held to this standard, and if that is why, then every program out there better be held to the exact same standard, because there's some other programs that have had issues with not having the greatest human beings on the program. But yeah, I don't know. It's a really awkward thing going on out there. To me, looking at it as it is, there better be more to it. There better be more of a reason. And the thing is, with the coach going around on every media outlet that'll listen saying, I have no idea why I was let go, that better be true. Because if it does come out that there's a lot more to this, then he's going to look a little silly. And if there's more to it, and he's not just walking away, then it's on him. You know what I mean? If the university was giving him a chance to walk away, then.
Right.
But again, it's all speculation right now. You know what I'm saying? If he did do something that's bad, he should just be quiet right now and walk away.
And that's maybe the challenge right there is this. A lot of times organizations get a bad rap for secrecy, and in reality, they're trying to do a favor of the person that they let go because they don't want to disclose.
But sometimes you let that person shape the truth then,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep. So we are about to go wrestling here.
Yeah, you better start texting some people to get up here, because I'll definitely have to run down there after this round.
We'll do that.
106 pounds class AA, Bryce Duffy of Crescent, Robbie Horseman, Casimir.
So Robbie gets a pretty good kid right off the bat. Robbie does. The kid from La Crescent's not bad. I think you're very, very interested to see how teams approach their schedule next year. Whether they say, all right, we better go wrestle tougher kids, or the complete opposite happens.
Yeah.
Kind of two ways to approach it, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I really wish that they would put quality matches in there.
But then you're asking somebody to determine what's a quality. Robbie Horseman's up right now.
He is wrestling.
That's what I said. The other reason I'm not a fan of track is these ads that I have to watch every so often if I want to stay on this page. Not to mention you get booted out if you don't click on anything.
So Robbie, 40 seconds in, still 0-0 right now.
We got a quick pin.
Yeah, I did not see who that was.
Cannon Falls kid got stuck.
See if I can bring track back
I would
up
hope
here.
that's not Strelo. Would it be?
Oh, yeah, or else Robbie does get his takedown here with about 10 seconds, a minute and 10 seconds to go here in the first period, now leading 2-0.
It was. Jackson Hale pinned Erwin Strelo.
Oh.
Not an upset, truly, but it just speaks about the depth at 106.
Yeah, and Jackson Hale is very, very dangerous. he will throw you from about anywhere. So Robbie up 4-0 now. 35 seconds to go here. Looking for some more tilt points here. Doesn't quite get those. Looks like Matthew Peterson must be hitting the mat too there. John's Rude wrestling on the far mat too. If that's Matthew, that cannot be Matthew Peterson. It has to be Mitchell because he just got taken down badly.
It should be Mitchell if it's on that mat.
Okay. And he's sort of in trouble.
It's a LARP kid. Well, that's probably Door, huh?
Oh, I bet it's Door.
Yep, it's Mitchell versus Door. But you know what? I don't think Door is exactly in control of that match.
I don't think he will be by the end.
He might get stuck right here. Oh, he was stuck. He just stuck himself.
He's running that cross body and gets himself in some danger there. Robbie Horseman still up 4-0. They're starting the second period. He's underneath trying to get his escape, and he does get his escape.
He's wrestling Bryce Duffy out of La Crescent. Bryce is not bad. He's an 8th grader. They've got a couple of young kids down there in La Crescent. They're obviously not going to have the dual success right now because they've only got a handful of kids that are solid. But the kids they do have are good, and Duffy's one of those kids, but very young still as an 8th grader.
Door gets a couple back points on Mitchell Peterson with a cross body there, making it 4-0. Mitchell looking to come out and get at least one, though, as Robbie gets his takedown, goes up now 7-0 and cuts Duffy.
Jake Johns down there is up 3-0 on Nick Miller at Plainview.
So
stuffed up nose here, Harshman.
Yeah, this is doing the scores and stuff here while also watching wrestling is a little bit difficult. Boy, Door just threw Mitchell Peterson to his back, and Mitchell's deep on his back, and he got out of the period. So he's fortunate. Robbie Horseman cuts Duffy, and he's now 7-2. Robbie looking for another takedown here.
Just the flow of that Door match, though, I don't think that it's 9-1. I wouldn't feel safe until it's done because Door's hands are on his knees right now. He looks awfully tired.
Yeah, Mitchell Peterson is very dangerous. You're gonna have to be careful because he'll put you in bad position really fast. Robbie Horseman now up 11-2. He does get his takedown.
Johnsrud's up 5-0 on Nick Miller. Again, you're talking about some quarterfinals matchups here.
Yep.
That'll be better than a lot of the semifinals matches at some weights.
Mitchell Peterson scored a takedown, and he's going to get almost got another one. It's 10-4 right now.
I'm telling you, Door is out of gas.
He is.
And he has not wrestled a full year, but neither is Mitchell either, you know. They both had some injuries.
What was Mitchell's injury? I did not.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to ask.
10-4. Mitchell got another 2 and makes it 10-6. Door trying Granby, not going to be successful. I think there's still 1 minute and 7 seconds left to go in the second. If Door runs out of gas, Mitchell Peterson will make him pay here. I mean, he's out of gas, obviously. Mitchell's going to have to cut him and take him down an awful lot here. But he is going after it right now, and he gets another takedown. He's got a cradle hooked up, as a matter of fact. It's 11-6. Door leading. Mitchell Peterson has a cradle hooked up and is trying to take it. He cannot get it. Robbie Horseman up 15-4 here in the third. Trying to watch wrestling and keep these scores updated for Van Ort. I'm just telling you, the high price guy should get this stuff. Mitchell Peterson does have that cooked, and he's looking to get near fall. Very close. He's got the near fall, and he's looking for the pin. He might get it. Very, very close. Oh, Dorr survived by the saved by the bell, and it's now 11-11.
Did I call this or what, Arfman?
Yeah, you did.
What was it, 8-1 after one or 9-1?
Yeah. Mitchell Peterson just needs to cut him and take him down. Dorr underneath. Robbie Horseman's up 19-6. Oh, it's Matthew Peterson going up after them. So Johnsrud up 7-0 down on the far mat. And Mitchell Peterson gives up the escape, and now is working for a takedown, and he's probably going to get it right here to go. He's down 12-11 with a minute and a half to go here.
I'd rather just reset here if I'm him. Oh, he might.
Dorr might get this.
That's what I said.
Oh,
he's
Peterson
stuck.
Got it.
He's done.
He caught him.
Crucifix, basically.
Yeah,
I mean, that match is done.
Yep. Looks like it is. So Mitchell Peterson gets 3 near fall and goes up 16-12. Dorr looking for some big move. He got a reversal, and it's 16-14 with 47 seconds to go. Now he's got that cross body, and he's trying to run that hard as Robbie Horseman wins 21-7. And Dorr gives up the reversal and near fall now. He ran it so hard. 21-7, Robbie with the win. Johnsrud last we saw was 5-0 over there, I think. Mitchell Peterson wins that 21-14. One of the highest scoring matches you'll see.
And he was down 9-1.
Dorr ran out of gas.
I called that one, Arfman.
Yeah, you saw it first happening. Waiting for the next KoMet wrestler.
Oh, I just love getting to watch these ads.
Just love what?
Getting to watch these ads. I can't get on here right now and watch the dashboard with all the matches on it because you got to watch this ad first.
Ads. Yeah.
21-14. Josh Weigel of Crescent's out there, huh? Wrestling Brady Walter. Wow. Brody Olson just threw, and he's got Christian Jacobson on his back. Christian's another good young wrestler from the area. He's a 7th grader. Not there yet, but that's another tough first-round matchup.
Yeah,
for Brody Olson.
And Brody Olson,
he's only a freshman.
In the duel, wrestled Keaton Shore all the way up at 26 in the duel last weekend. So down at 13 for individual.
Yeah.
Joey Thompson from Stewartville up 2-0, 4-0 now on Ethan Fabian, or Eli Fabian. Thompson doing some work over there now. He's scoring near fall points. Brody Olson does look like a big 13-pounder. He's big.
He's a kid that he's done a lot of wrestling too. You know, he's one of those kids that looks to be a kind of the future of Stewartville.
Yep.
8-0 after one. Really would have thought that'd be a close match. And it still could be. Got a lot of good quarterfinal matches here across the board. Dawson Fallon of Pine Island and Taylor DeFrang and Dover Ryota tied 6-6. They're in overtime.
Oh, that's this one right here.
Where is it?
Right down
right
here.
Still 6-6.
18 seconds to go in this overtime.
You'll have Baxter O'Reilly and Jack Williams up next on that mat too. Wow. Tanner Frank of Lake City pinned Tyler Matheson of St. Charles. I would not have guessed that.
So I'm watching this Dawson Fallon match. They're going to the second overtime, and now it's about riding, who can ride. And how
30 seconds apiece. And Fallon will start on top. It was his choice.
Underneath,
excuse me.
Yep. Working.
Hey, I got a good story for you.
Yep.
It's not good for Stewartville, but it's good for you.
Okay.
So my buddy was the white hat at Stewartville's state tournament loss. Football.
Oh, yep. Dawson Fallon gets a reversal with 2 seconds to go. So he'll have to ride, and which he can do very well. So okay, go ahead.
Coin toss.
Okay.
Stewartville wins the toss and elects to kick off. Not defer, kick off.
Wow.
My buddy says, "Are you sure?"
Uh-huh.
And he's like, "Yeah, we want to kick it." And he's like, he regroups himself and he says, "Are you sure you want to kick off? This is your choice. Are you sure that's what you want to do?" At this point, the opposing team's like,
yeah.
And he's like, he was trying to make it
Yep.
very obvious that you're
Yep.
making a huge mistake.
Yep.
I mean, he did everything short of saying, "You're making a huge mistake." And he said, "Yeah, we want to kick off."
Okay.
Said, "Okay." So he turns to the other guys, which end would you like to defend? And oh my gosh, he just got a reversal too, didn't he?
Yeah, with 10 seconds, well, about 15 seconds
So
to go.
nobody rode anybody. They both just reversed each
Right.
other.
And
So
all you had to
anyway,
do was cut him. Even.
So Stewartville kicked
Okay.
off, and the guy, the kid goes up to him a few seconds later. He's like, "Oh, I just screwed that up, didn't I?" And he's like, "Yep." He's like, "Don't worry." He's like, "It happens to me probably 2-3 times a year that someone does that." He's like, the kid said, "I was thinking of Madden, because they don't give you the option to defer in Madden. If you kick off, then you get it in the second half." And that's what you told him. You said,
Yep.
"Yeah, I was thinking about Madden, the video game."
Geez.
It's like, ugh. So,
Wow.
yeah, Stewartville kicked off twice in that game.
No, I bet that coach wasn't very happy.
Well, it's a good lesson for both the coach and the kids to learn, I guess.
That's right.
Hard way to learn it and a tough spot to learn it in.
Looks like Keaton Shore will be the next KoMet wrestler. He's about to hit the mat.
And it looks like DeFrang's going to ride him out here, isn't he?
14 seconds. They called him for a stalling. I don't know if you really. I mean, it's hard. It should be hard to get a stalling.
It's such a dumb. That is the whole point of this overtime.
The only thing I would say is if you drop to an ankle and just hold the ankle, something like that. Then
even that, I'm going to have a hard time when that's the purpose of it.
Wow. And Dawson Fallon almost gets his reversal, but does not, and gets nothing, and goes down and overtime, ultimate overtime, 10-8, or
No, it should be
9-8, 9-8. Keaton Shore still has not hit the mat, but will shortly. Matthew Peterson up 8-4 right now. He's wrestling over there. Reese Rebel.
He's been around for a while, Reese.
Yeah, he has.
You got to give a shout out to the Minskys again.
What mat are they on?
Right down here, right in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
Bev is out there. She's the tapper.
Boy, they're around and support.
And that's what I said. You know, you don't see a lot of people stick around when their kids graduate, you know, and still be volunteering at every tournament you can think of.
In the whole man 5, 106 pounds, John Alpendorf, Goodhue, Wyatt Brennan, Hayfield. You're in the whole man 5.
So this will be Baxter, O'Reilly, Jack Williams.
Coaches, help us out. Get people off the floor. That's not our job, that's the coach's job.
Get people off the floor.
Results 106 pounds, Lake City, Tanner Frank.
Could have been a little more specific there.
Results 113 pounds, St. Charles, Martin.
Yeah.
1 minute 8 seconds.
I don't see, I guess I don't see a ton of people on the floor.
Well, I think they meet everyone. You know. Over there's a lot, but you're out there watching if you're
wrestling. Over in the areas that people are standing, there's nobody they're either up high and can see right over the top, or there's no way for them to be behind. I don't see a big problem with it. Oh, and they're pointing right down here in front of us to our left. So
they don't want people standing there?
I guess not. You know why? My guess is that from where they're sitting, it's not as high as us. They maybe can't see over the top of them to that mat.
Really?
From the head table. I don't know. It's the only thing I can figure.
He's not even watching.
Brady Lam missed that start to that match. Brady Lam's up 5-0 right away on Fitterer. 58 seconds left to go in the first period. Lam complete control of that thing right now.
Matthew Peterson's up 17-6 in the second period against Reese Rebel.
Results for 120 pounds, class
Not that surprising.
The 11-1 major decision went to Joey Thompson of Stewartville. And at 113 pounds, class AA.
25 seconds left to go in the first of Lam's match. Still riding, up 5-0.
Joey Thompson's an interesting one, too. A kid that started the year off with a bang, and then the injury knocked him out for over a month and hasn't really seemed to find it again. You know, he started the year out by beating Gleva.
Matthew Peterson got thrown in a headlock to his back. It's not tight,
quite
though.
to his back. I don't think there's any back
no
points.
back points. Okay.
No, that kid didn't get any points, did he?
No. That was a tech. That's a dangerous thing about the way Matthew Peterson's wrestling right now. It's what Brady Berge did a couple years ago when he used to wear himself out trying to get the technical fall instead of wearing somebody out early. And it really, can be detrimental, especially later on in the, when you have a couple matches together. Brady Lam up 6-0, got his escape in the second. Keaton Shore is hitting the mat now too. Fitterer tries a fireman's. Lam defends it and gets the takedown to go up 8-0.
Wow. What a scramble.
So Brady Lam wrestling Peter Fitterer from Cannon Falls, 17-20. He is up 8-0 right now. Lam 29-10. Keaton Shore hits the mat, and he's got a quick takedown 15 seconds in and is looking for near fall points right now. Was running a ball and chain, but now has switched back up and just working on top, working a butcher, straight butcher, to try and get this near fall. Lam gets 2 more near fall, and he's up 10-0 and gets a stall warning. So Ray Lam doing his work over there.
Hey, how much does Kenyon hate being in Section 2 right now, by the way? You see how they do their seating over there?
No.
They don't know who they're wrestling until 5 o'clock today.
Really?
Bracket's not even drawn yet.
But they don't actually start wrestling until tomorrow, right?
No, today.
Oh, they do? Holy bucket, that is bad. Keaton Shore getting near fall now. He's just leading this 2-0, but he's getting near fall. Keaton Shore up 4-0 with those near fall. He's working a bar back across. Brady Lam up 11-0. It looks like he's trying to get another takedown here to start the third. Kind of in a bad scramble. Keaton Shore, Keaton Shore, not in a bad scramble. Brady Lam in a scramble. Keaton Shore gets some near fall points. Now Keaton Shore is up 7-0. Looking, he's getting more near fall points. He's going to go up 9-0. Brady Lam still up 11-0, gets a takedown and looks like he's going for some near fall here.
I don't know.
Lam up 13-0 and close to getting near fall, but he's not getting it yet.
You're not watching your cousin?
Shore cuts him and working on a takedown now. I'm sorry, gets his escape to start the second. And now gets a takedown, and Shore's up 12-0. Lam was
trying to catch up to Brady Lam, 13-0, and now 12-0. 14-0.
And Keaton Shore gets the tech fall.
What's that?
Keaton Shore gets the tech fall just before Brady Lam does. Brady Lam up 14-1. Hard to keep the scores updated on YouTube. Unbelievable. And Brady Lam does get that final takedown, and now he wins that 16-1. So 2 tech falls for the KoMet. Keaton Shore 15-0. Brady Lam 16-1.
Well, what are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. Keaton Shore is not off the mat yet. He's got him on his back. He's got the
You need that bonus point.
He needs the pin. Sorry, he's got the tech fall, but now he got the pin. Sorry, he was up 15-0, had the 3, but he did get the pin. So,
I'm telling you, Keaton's going to win a state title again this year.
I don't doubt that at all.
He sunk off the radar a little bit. Wasn't wrestling great. Now he's just kind of he's a primetime performer. Needs the spotlight.
He always wrestles his best at the end of the season.
That's all you need, right?
He'll wrestle to get better throughout the season, take some losses, not scared to wrestle anybody. In the end of the year, he's always ready, and he's at his best.
Glazier out there now.
Glazier and Iggy are both out there. Iggy, a big opponent for Brady Lom next match. That's the 2 versus 3.
I missed the end of that match. Shoot.
And which one?
Baxter O'Reilly and Jack Williams. Jack Williams scored a late, last-second takedown to win 9-7.
Wow. So Brody Olson, Garrison Shore on deck, it looks like, on mat 6 after this match that's going on right now. And that match is Joe Stuckey from Plainview and Wyatt Johnson from Cannon Falls are wrestling. And then Garrison Shore gets his second match of the day, which is going to be a huge match for Garrison.
Who's this wrestling for Byron? Is that Stringer? Or is that not a Byron kid? Maybe that's a Plainview kid. That's a Plainview kid. Woo! That is a Byron. Oh, that's... I like it. Still like Flavio almost. He just got pinned by Zach Glazier, but he came right at Zach Glazier and was going toe-to-toe with him for a little bit.
Yeah, toe-to-toe, and then it ends badly.
Well, what's he going to do?
Well,
he's 3-10 trying to wrestle Zach Glazier.
Not much, I guess.
He went for broke, and he got broke.
Looking to see if...
so Stringer and Iggy are out there right now. Do you think that could be a decent match, couldn't it?
Which one?
Connor Stringer and Ignashevsky?
Yeah, sort of.
I mean, obviously Iggy's the favorite, but... Jackson Haight is down right now to Corbin Powery of Bill Riota. Hayden Stenson looks like he's going to roll into the semis. Got a kick out of reading the Lacrosse Tribune article about the Caledonia win in the section. They had some interesting rankings that they came up with.
Really? Why?
Oh, wow. Some kids they had that were ranked from Zombrota that, wow. Kids with losing records they had ranked second in the state. It's pretty impressive, yeah.
I guess they pay a lot of attention to
Stemper won over second-ranked Tyler Saltow.
Oh.
I think maybe second-ranked at that weight class for Zombrota Mazeppa possibly. You know, maybe that's what she meant by the article. There are a bunch of interesting rankings. I have no idea where they came from. Jackson Haight in trouble here.
Looks like Iggy's up 4-0 now, looking for near fall, and he's getting them. So doesn't look like that match is going to be very competitive the rest of the way.
I feel like Goodhue's really the wild card in Section 1A for next year. What happens with that program here between now and then is I'll take Zombrota as a favorite right now, but if Goodhue could fan things out and get guys at the right weights, I think they're the team that could push Zombrota next year.
Yeah, I think they will fan out at least some because
they have no choice.
Yeah.
Because they get everybody back. I think they lose Deneen maybe, or Heeman or something. But all their O'Reillys are back.
I don't be surprised if both those O'Reillys, was there 3 of them? 4?
Well, there's more than 3, but 3 that you're talking about, the twins and then Bailey. I think 2 of the 3 are seeded to go to state this year. But Goodhue has a lot of kids that could go. Altendorf,
yeah, that's right.
Seeded, I think. to go. There's just a lot of good Hugh kids that could go this year. We'll see how many go. I think Bailey is the dangerous one. But is Bailey, he dropped all the way down to what, 45?
Yes.
Did he go that far down? Yeah, good luck with him at 45.
Yeah, right.
He wrecked dudes at 70 this year. I mean, he beat very good wrestlers at 70 this year. He wrestled we talked about it last weekend. A kid that wrestled everywhere from 45 to 70.
By the way, Iggy up 10-0 and gets Grambied and is now on his back, and it's going to be 10-5 when this gets done. Unless he pins Iggy, because he does have it pretty well in a decent spot. Let's put it that way. Now now he got awarded his 3 near fall. Iggy might come back and get a reversal here. It is the 3rd period, anyhow. Yeah.
Did you see what happened down there?
No.
Plainview kid had the Cannon Falls kid essentially in that north-south choke and was pinning him. And the Cannon Falls kid was about to go to sleep, but the ref wouldn't slap the mat to the point where his legs were flapping around, and he finally hit it, luckily before he went to sleep.
Iggy does win 12-5. That'll be Brady Lom's next match. That'll be a big one.
The rubber match.
The rubber match, right.
How much Brady really got hurt by losing to him that second time.
Right.
If he had beat him there, he's the 1 seed, isn't he?
Yep, absolutely is. So Garrison Shore hitting the mat right now. He will be wrestling Brent Olson. Brent Olson, a junior, 27-5. This is a crazy deep bracket. Garrison Shore, freshman, 26-10 from Castle-Manorville, wrestling Brent Olson. Olson's been around a long time. Very dangerous high flyer. If anybody knows what a high flyer is, you will see an attempt at a high flyer today from Brent Olson at some point. It might be a weak attempt late, or it might be a very effective high flyer at some point, but I'm predicting you will see it as Garrison Shore is doing some hand fighting in the middle as they start the match. Brent Olson deep on a double, and he scores right off the bat, 10 seconds in. Olson comes out like a house of fire right now. Shore gets his escape. Olson didn't fight it a lot. For Garrison to keep himself in the match, he needs to hand fight and wear Olson out, and then he'll be in business. 2-1 is the score right now with 30 seconds gone in the first. So Brent Olson, very aggressive, drives Garrison Shore off the mat. Coaches wanted Garrison to circle, I think, a little bit. Garrison back into that hand fight. Got Olson moving backwards a little bit, trying to get him to move. Garrison's got to remember to move his feet. He gets caught with his feet standing too much. So doing a better job of moving his feet now.
How good is that weight? I mean, Carter Marks has been a kid that's been on fire here at the end of the year. And he's got Gavin Gates right now, and that's going to be a good match.
Yeah, that is obviously the deepest weight of in the tournament.
Oh, hold on, that match is over. Marks pinned Gavin Gates.
Wow!
I'm telling you, that kid was on fire at the end.
Isaac Hammond out wrestling here too, as Shore's got 37 seconds left to go in the first, and he's wearing Olson down a little bit. You can see there's definitely a difference in Olson right now, and it's still the first as Hammond gets his first takedown and goes up 2-0. So Shore doing what he needs to do here with 20 seconds to go in the first period. Although he's down 2-0, it's not been a bad period for Shore. Sorry, 2-1 he's down. Olson done deep on a double again late in the match, or late in the first period. He did not want to give that one up, but he gave that up late to go down 4-1 with 5 seconds to go. Hammond's got a headlock, and he gets a pin over there. So Hammond with the pin. Garrison Shore attempts to get the escape, but he cannot get it, so he's going to be down 4-1. So to start the second, Garrison Shore is going to start underneath.
Tell you what, that's a rematch I talked about. Carter Marks and Brent Olson, and might get to see it a little earlier than I expected.
Brent Olson riding on top. Shore gets his base, but he gave up an arm in the process. Now he gets his arm back, and he's out front. He gets his one to make it 4-2. Now Shore, going after him. He needs to. Trying to keep the pressure on. He just can't give up an easy shot here. I'd say that he's got Olson winded. He just can't give up any big points here. He'll get his opportunity yet, and then Olson tries a drag and gets to the leg. They're right at the edge of the mat, and it looks like Shore did get out of bounds, so they did go out of bounds, and it's still 4-2. That was dangerous. To come back to the middle with 1 minute and 4 seconds to go. They're doing a lot of hand fight. Shore's not getting quite on the head like you'd like to see him be able to do. He's trying to, he is working it, but he needs to continue to press the pace.
I feel like Brent
Oh, and Bren just drops in on, he changed levels and just dropped in on those double, and he scored it. And Shore just sort of got caught with his feet together and taken down, and it's going to make it 6-2.
Jamie's not happy.
Yeah, that one was not the one he wanted to give up like that. So that makes it 6-2. Shore needs to get his escape in the worst way with 33 seconds left to go in this second period.
We got Prochaska and Vassler down there right now wrestling. Vassler's up 5-2. It was 2-2.
Shore gets tilted for almost for 2. Cannot quite see it. Time is ticking off. Looks like we're going to the third. Shore's going to be down 6-2. And Olson gets his choice, and he's going to go underneath, I'm assuming. He is 6-2. Shore trails. Shore on top riding now as the period starts, trying to break in an arm. Shore gives up the escape. It's now 7-2. So gets taken down again. Just cannot stop that double, and it's going to be 9-2.
It's not even been that aggressive a double. It's just
no, it hasn't been.
Kind of fallen into it. I think, honestly, looking at Brent Olson's body language after that first takedown, I think he was pretty content, but Garrison hasn't done anything to stop him from getting it.
I think you're exactly right. Garrison hasn't hit an offensive move, and we're 1 minute left in the match, really. Move. Yep. So it's 9-3 right now. Patrick Kennedy will be coming up here in a minute. Down on mat 4. So 44 seconds to go, and they call it stalemate from feet. Garrison Shore is going to have to throw something here.
Well, don't go down without trying something. You're down 9-3.
Yeah, Brent Olson backing up. Just hand fighting in the middle, but not really getting any penetration at Shore. Tries a headlock halfway. It misses, and he's out of bounds. Fortunately, they go out of bounds, or he would have been taken down. So they come back, and Shore hopefully gets another shot at a headlock. Something here. 10 seconds to go. Just hand fight in the middle as the clock ticks down. And this one's going to end 9-3. 9-3. Not a great match, I think, that the KoMets were hoping for there. So Garrison Shore will have a wrestleback yet tonight then.
So you'll have at least one in wrestlebacks.
Yep. Patrick Kennedy is the next one, it looks like, for the KoMets to wrestle. He will be wrestling Ethan Meyer from Stewartville.
And Epps already punched his ticket.
So looking for eventually for the Epps Kennedy match in what we expect would be the finals.
So Garrett Aldrich will get Carter Marks. Bren Olson will get Jack Vassler, who upset Prochaska's the 2 seed.
Yeah, he was. And Vassler
Did that
upset
happen?
him.
I didn't see if that happened.
Did he upset him?
I think so. I gotta see here, but come on.
Calling Ethan Shea somewhere. Did not. Ethan Shea will be on mat 3 here in a few minutes. So Patrick Kennedy, Ethan Shea both about to wrestle.
Wow. Vassler ended up pinning Prochaska.
Must have caught him.
No, he was up. I mean, he wasn't.
Really?
Yeah, he was up 5-2 when it happened.
Wow. Wow. That is. Well, and what? Vassler was the 7 seed, so 6 and 7 seed both won in that bracket.
What's that?
6 and 7 seed both won in that bracket.
In that bracket?
32.
Brent Olson was the 6th. Not a
I'm
normal
just
6.
I'm just saying though.
Well, wait, but Vassler's not the 7th seed, was he?
Didn't you say he was wrestling Prochaska, the 2?
Yeah.
Well, then he's a 7 seed. 2 and 7 wrestle. Pearson, don't question me on that.
Vassler was 18-5.
I'm not saying. I said that. For some reason, everybody decided they were going to that weight, you know? So. Waiting for Ethan Shea and Patrick Kennedy to hit the mat. Adam Van Ort's probably on his way. He's probably about a minute out of Rochester by now, Mr. Van Ort is.
So number 6 and number 7 both won in that weight?
Yeah. Yeah. Why would I?
What weight was that? 32?
132. You said the deepest weight in the tournament.
I said that?
No, you said it
Doesn't
somewhere.
sound like me.
So, let's see.
Well, my tweet about T-Stuff has gone a little viral here.
Uh-oh.
Star Tribune retweeted it.
Well, they did.
Good.
Well,
you
did
just
you
said
mean it?
why on earth would it? Of course I meant it. Now, I don't mean everything I tweet.
yeah.
Sometimes I just say stuff.
Marks the 4 seed. I am just shocked that he's pinned Gavin Gates.
I'm not. Oh, that was the 7th. Gotcha.
No, that was the 4 and 5. Gavin Gates
Okay.
and Carter Marks were 4 and 5.
And Brent Olson was the 6th.
Yep, Olson was the 6.
What a crazy weight, though.
Yeah.
It's like I hate even calling that up when an 18-5 kid is the 7th seed.
Right.
You hate to call that an upset, but whoever gets to state out of that bracket will have earned it.
Well, and
it's kinda weird they
here's
all
the
go
thing. There's
big-
really one spot. With you got Aldrich there, there's
I
one
know.
spot.
Garrett Aldrich is 0-1 in his last 1 matches.
Yeah, you're right. By the way, Ethan Shea's hitting the mat right now. Big match for Ethan.
And he,
That's gonna be a tough
I
one.
was nobody to wrestle off with him for that spot.
Who?
Shea.
For Ethan?
Yeah.
Who
Well,
is
Jensen was the only one, right?
Jensen's, and he's a 60-pounder. Shea, very close to getting his takedown there.
Who does he have?
I was going to look that up. Keegan Brighton from Plainville, Jamilva, 25-13. And he's in deep on Shea. Shea's going to have to scramble here. A little better position now for Shea. Still going to have to fight out of this. But now Shea's got him flat, and he could score right here. Very close to scoring, but he gets out of position a little bit, and he could have, he's very close to giving up a Granby, and now he's going to score. And he does score. No, they do not give it to him yet because he needs to return him to the mat now.
He pulled him back to the center.
He does have him right in the center now. Trying to, and he's not going to get that score. They call him off the mat.
Plainview kid face down there.
Patrick Kennedy's wrestling too on the far mat. So Kennedy's about to start. Kennedy in on a double. He's going to finish that off. Go up 2-0. Kennedy looking for more than just a takedown now. He's looking for near fall as Shea is battling in the middle of the mat. Ethan Shea did a nice job of taking himself from a position that he could get scored on to scoring in that first.
I'll tell you what, Joe Miller, that does not look good. He's been face down for a minute here.
Ethan Shea back on the single, has a chance to score it, changes to a double, and he's going to get it as they go off the mat. He keeps 2 feet in. Patrick Kennedy up 4-1 on the strength of 2 takedowns. Suppose I better update these scores on here. Ethan Shea riding now. Trying to ride out this last 18 seconds and stay ahead 2-0. If he can get out of this first 2-0, and he's got Brighton flat on the floor. Brighton, a senior from Plainville, Jamilville, 25-13 versus Ethan Shea, 22-10, a sophomore from Castle Manorville. Shea again up 2-0. Kennedy wrestling Ethan Meyer. Ethan Meyer, 6-22 from Stewartville. Patrick Kennedy, 21-3, an 8th grader. Meyer, a freshman. Kennedy up 6-2 now. He gave up 8-2. He gave up 2 escapes and got 2 more takedowns. Sorry, he got near fall there to make it 8-2. Ethan Shea starts the second period on top, is riding hard. Doing a nice job of flattening out Keegan Brighton. Kennedy finishes the first, it looks like 8-2. Shea working for some near fall here. He's working ball and chain. It's not really close, but he's got him nice and flat, that's for sure. He's got that deep, wrist between the crotch. He's doing a nice job of elevating that, trying to turn it. Kennedy gets a takedown, and he was looking for turn right there, but Ethan Myers wrestling not to get pinned, let's put it that way. And they call Ethan Shea for stalling on that ball and chain. And they reset with 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go in here. Ethan still up 2-0. 13-3, Shea is up. 13-4, Kennedy's up now. It's going too fast for me. Shea got him flat again. I'm expecting Kennedy to end that match pretty fast. Now they're calling the green for stalling on Kennedy's match. They're calling the bottom guy for stalling because he's just flattening out. Shea's got him completely flat, trying to get an arm, but he's just can't get anything. The referee's going to call another stall on. The question is, who's he going to call this stall on with 20 seconds to go? Kennedy's getting near fall over on his mat. Shea now gives up that ball, and Shane is working for what looks like a crossface cradle. With 10 seconds to go, he needs to ride this out. He's up 2-0. Brighton gets to his feet with 2 seconds to go. Shea stays on the leg and takes him back down, and the period's going to end 2-0. Shea's going to get to go underneath. Kennedy up 18-5, and now that's 20-5, and Kennedy wins 20-5. Nice match by Kennedy. He does that in the second period. Ethan Shea starts underneath, comes up immediately, tries to get out. He's to his feet, but he's has not got any separation. Now he's in a tripod. Now he's up and out. So it's 3-0. Shea leads that match. Minute 47 left to go in the third period. Conditioning looks like it may be a factor in the Shea match now, as Shea looks to be in good condition. Keegan Brighton from Plainville looks like he's a little bit winded there, so Shea keeps hand fighting inside position well here. He'll be in business. It's a big match. Big match for Ethan Shea to put himself in the semifinals. Minute 17 seconds left to go in this match. Ethan Shea up 3-0. Just hand fighting in the middle of the mat right now. Thought they called another Casson Manorville wrestler to a mat, but I do not see it right now. So we'll follow the rest of Ethan Shea the last 45 seconds. We'll just kind of follow this out. 3-0. Shea just hand fighting in the middle right now. Really what he needs to do, watching the official, just making sure he's not going to call stalling on Shea. He can call it both ways if he wants right now. Neither man's taken any attempt at a shot. Shea's had a little bit more activity moving, and now he taps a leg with 19 seconds, but he doesn't really take a shot. 15 seconds to go. Shea drops down to a leg and then into a double and gets a takedown there as the headlock was sort of halfway attempted, and Shea felt it, dropped immediately to a leg, and then switched off to a double to go up 5-0. This match is going to end that way. Nice win for Ethan Shea. Get himself into the semifinals. So, do not know if Ethan Shea was the seeded wrestler there or the not seeded. I think Ethan was the four seed. So,
what was the final 3-0?
5-0. Ethan scored late. So, nice match by Ethan Shea. Oh, Andy Bigelow is will be the next KoMet wrestler.
I bet they won't let him wrestle yet.
You think they won't? You think they're worried about time?
Yeah, Pigtail Kids, they've been holding off.
They have, okay.
Jake Mant out there now. See how quick he gets this done.
Tell you what, Van Ort, he earned his money for updating this thing. It ain't...
You're not keeping up is what you're trying to say?
I'd much rather watch wrestling and call it than try and...
get one of your kids over here.
Well, one didn't get out of school today. Too much work to do, and he cares too much about his grades. If he's not getting 100% in something, he's worried, or 102%. So I can't argue with that. Mant on a super duck over there. He just did a super duck. So
he just broke that kid in half.
Now it's not a real move he's using there, but he almost got near fall on it.
He just did a backbreaker for pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Broke the guy in half over his knee.
So Andy Bigelow must be on deck now. Mason Hammer and Sean Curtis, sorry.
There's a lot of them. You sure it's not Shad?
No, it's Sean.
Okay.
I wonder what the where the Van Orts are stopping for supper tonight, you suppose? Well, they could probably bring us some, you know.
I don't think they could.
Well, I'm just telling you, if they really appreciated the work we did, they'd bring us something. They'd just skip that Gophers duel and bring us something.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
For some reason, I don't either. It's kind of like that Manuary thing he had going on.
Yeah.
I did see he shaved that growth off.
He had a beard going?
It was his Manuary thing.
A Manuary beard?
Yep.
That's a thing, huh?
I guess for him
I
it is.
guess it's not Manuary anymore, so. Joel Gadian taking it to Luke Tupper down here. And the man-child's about to get a pin. Tell you, when that kid gets on top of you, you're kind of in trouble.
Yeah, he is
so strong.
So strong and physical.
And at 138 pounds, too.
Yeah. I wonder, I mean, that's bad. You don't want to be in that headlock.
No,
right
you
there.
just say, hey, please, hit the mat.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a lot of room to be technical. That kid does there. If he gets technical, he's going to be really good.
I think he's gotten better in that aspect. I think he's learned that he's not going to be able to outmuscle everyone. And I'm sure that's a lesson you learn when you get to state.
Yep. Or at least at any national tournament.
He's a pretty darn good athlete no matter what he's doing.
Yep.
Pine Island kid's trying to put himself back together.
Yeah, he is.
Well, and that kid's a good 6 inches taller than Mant, too.
Sean Curtis is doing a nice job of hanging in with Mason Hammer. That's only 2-0. That's going to pull the bracket up a little bit at 152. Yeah, Ethan Shea was the 4 seed. Brighton was the 5 seed. So Shea now has T-Couts. Hayden Strain and Pomeroy. So doesn't get easier for Shea, does it? Wrestling T-Couts. Have to wear that kid out if you're going to give yourself a chance.
That is correct. You got to survive long enough against him, too.
Right, that's right. If you can survive, then you give yourself a chance.
Easier said than done.
Yep. I've not heard him call anybody else to the mat.
Did you find anybody to join you up here, by the way?
No, I haven't even tried.
Come on, Harshman. I got to go talk to the man-child.
Well, go down and talk to him and
you think people are going to keep listening just to you?
No. I'm saying find somebody to come over here on your way over. Let's look around up there.
Just find random people?
There's got to be somebody up there.
Well, I'll see it. On my walk down, let's see
Take a
who's
look.
on my way.
Who's over there? Nobody. I mean, I don't see anybody. Everybody's got to be listening. Why didn't Van Ort tell us how we could find out how many people are listening? You know?
I'm sure he's listening.
Didn't you look and see?
No, I got other things to do, Harvey.
You got nothing right now. I'm watching you right now. You're sitting on there. You're like one of those kids on Twitter. That's Bigelow.
I am on Twitter.
Speaking of kids who aren't Twitterers, Andy Bigelow's hitting the mat.
He's not a Twitterer?
No, he's a dominator. Just wait.
Oh.
Coming right here. Andy Bigelow.
Bam Bam?
Bam Bam Bigelow. going for that rush, and he doesn't even need that rush, and just drop into that single right there.
Where is he?
Oh, he does. And he scores.
Oh, all the way down.
All the way down there. Bam Bam Bigelow goes up 2-1 now as he cuts the escape. And before I can get the score updated, it is now 4-1. Before I type the last digit in here, did he give him the escape yet? No, he hasn't.
Yeah, all these Stewartville people are yelling at me that it wasn't a pin, but track has Vassler pinning Prochaska with 1 second left.
Oh, well,
I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it.
you're supposed to handle that with track and fix that. Oh, Bigelow just
I don't know who's right.
Bigelow took him to his back, but now they're off the mat. Bigelow, you got to drag him back in. And Bigelow's trying to drag him back in, and he does. No, they're still calling him out. Bigelow, you got to bring him back just a little bit. Think he can hear me from there?
Yes.
I think he can. I think he
Probably.
can sense the presence or something. So, Bigelow wasn't happy that he didn't get a chance to still pin him and drag him back in. So now he's up 6-0. He only had 2 near fall before they so the other coach is arguing something. I'm not sure what he was arguing. Maybe he was thinking that they were off the mat and there shouldn't have been 2 even. So anyhow, 6-1. They're still discussing, having a conversation over there. In Bigelow's corner, Frank Marchant and Ryan Hill in the corner of Bigelow. So I'm wondering where the other coaches are. Oh, there's 4 of them standing over there, probably with the activities director, Hunnicky, but I don't see Hunnicky, so. Bigelow going back to that, I don't know what it is. What is that he's doing?
Where is he?
Well, he's in the far mat.
North-south choke.
Oh, that's
And now
not
he
what it
switched
was.
off to the side. Well, that's what it essentially becomes.
Okay. And he got the pin. So Bigelow does get the pin in the first with 23 seconds left to go in the first period. Bigelow will get pinned. Much like Fearson and Van Ort are hoping for the Gophers tonight.
What?
That they get a lot of pins.
I'm not going to count on that.
If I got 2 pins, I'd probably win them the duel.
Hold on a second.
So Aaron Berge should be. Yeah, you have something to say?
Canyon has 12 kids seated 1 or 2 in Section 2. The seedings for Section 2 just came out, just an FYI, and they wrestle in an hour.
Yeah, well, that's the difference between.
Matson, Coda, Clowder, Dylan Craig, and Andreoli, all number 1 seeds. Brossard, Kish, Ryan, Hilke, Rexigel, Donkers, and Jackson are all number 2 seeds. Hewlam's a 3. Riley Donkers is the lowest seeded kid, number 5. And I gotta think Riley Donkers, he's a tough out. I'll just say that.
So now, I think you need to. To watch this second Paulson that you haven't really seen wrestle before, the one that beat Gayling from Stewartville. You need to watch him wrestle a little bit.
Gayling is not entered in the tournament right now, by the way. I don't know what happened there.
Did they seed him?
Yeah.
They seed him, but he didn't wrestle?
I saw him tweet out today that he couldn't be out there with his teammates.
Oh.
Oh, no, never mind. That was a different Gayling.
Oh, okay.
Adam is still in there.
I was going to say it didn't.
No, I was scared. I thought he was out.
So Noah Ryan is in the hole on mat 3. Aaron Berge is on deck on mat 4. Those are the 2 wrestlers we're waiting for from the Komets. What else do you see going on out there?
too much.
Who's in the
There's
purple
6
here?
mats going.
Who's in the purple from Goodhue right there?
Where is it?
Right in front of us is a 1-0 match, just to our right. Aren't you keeping Class A up?
I'd love to click on there, but I can't.
Because you're watching a commercial?
Yes.
Okay.
Love watching those commercials, you know. Ugh.
Wondering. I'm thinking.
That's Caleb O'Reilly
Caleb.
versus Michael Nelson. That should be a good match.
1-0.
In the third.
O'Reilly's up 1-0 riding
Trying
right now.
to ride.
Well, he's riding. Come on, he's got
Well,
that arm
it's
barred.
15 seconds in to the
By the
third
way,
period.
they're back at 106 here, aren't they? What are these guys? Right? No, it's not 106.
No, that's
What is
Morgan
that?
Moreno. That's 45, I think.
Why are they so far behind? We're up at 70 and 82 on.
Because you guys keep pinning everybody. These Class A matches are close, Hartford.
Yeah, there's a lot of competitive wrestling there. Although Moreno's not really close right now. It looks like he's getting put on his back. But your O'Reilly is out there still riding that that bar arm right now.
That's Carl Kozlowski beating up on Moreno right now. He's about to turn him.
Ooh. O'Reilly got a potentially dangerous on that bar arm, not what he wanted to do, really. He's only up 1-0. He's just trying to ride this out.
Boy, Kozlowski needs to keep this on the mat here. Walashaw.
Ooh. Walashaw Kellogg wanted a takedown with 13 seconds.
Oh,
to
man,
go.
where is that?
Wow, that's 3-2.
That's Cooper Holtorf against Maverick Jackson.
Who's up? Jackson's up 3-2.
3-2 with 13 seconds left. Ron is angry.
Yeah, he thought he had 2 over there. Ooh, the ref wasn't happy that Ron was angry at him. Or the way that Ron was angry at him. So now he's chastising Ron, it looks like to me. Ron's not doing any talking. Oh, he's close to throwing Ron out, isn't he?
Well, Ron hasn't said a word, so he gave him a warning.
Oh, he sent him out. No, he didn't. 13 seconds left. That actually helped Maverick Jackson because Maverick Jackson was dead tired. Ron should, probably not done anything.
Well, this kid's not going to get a call now, I'll tell you that.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Maybe his kid is going to get a call.
One shot, and they gave him a stalling.
It was a bad shot, too.
And then Maverick Jackson's all, oh, now he wants to talk to
I
Link.
would want to talk to
Yeah, but no, the official wanted to talk to Link. I'm like, that was...
This official's in a little power struggle here. Now he just won Link, too.
Yep. Unbelievable. That's when the official tries to dictate a match there. Now, maybe he felt he made a bad call on the takedown. I don't know. But, boy, that... we better stop talking about officials or Hunnicky will cut us off, I suppose. Well, they're going overtime. 50 seconds to go. Maverick Jackson clearly the aggressor right now. And he's going to score. Oh, he did not score, and they call him out of bounds. Maverick Jackson thought he had the takedown.
And as a bro to people not happy with that one either.
Maverick Jackson sort of quit wrestling. He shouldn't have.
I think he thought he had the takedown.
So do I, but he didn't. And now they could easily call Wabasha Kellogg for stalling. He hasn't done anything.
I hope not, because that will be the match.
I know, but I'm just saying they called it quickly to tie it and make it an overtime match.
That ref is an angry man.
Yeah, he is.
I mean,
I wouldn't
just
want
screaming at
Yeah, both the coaches.
Yeah. I think you just get out of the guy's way at that point. He's having a bad day.
Yeah.
And I don't even mean that he's made a bad call.
Aaron Bergey's up 7-1 on the far mat.
Get pinned right now.
Yeah, he's about to get a pin.
Cradle.
So, that's sorry, folks.
Well, come on. We're watching this tournament.
Yeah, let's watch some overtime stuff here. We did tell you Aaron Bergey's got a cradle hooked again. Getting near fall. It's actually not a cradle, it's a ball and chain. And he goes up 10-1. As this overtime match here, Maverick Jackson has been pushing the action, but
he hasn't taken another shot after.
No, but Maverick Jackson's going to wear himself out, and then that's not going to be good. 1 second left in this first overtime, so they're going to a second overtime. And again, these overtimes you each get an opportunity to go underneath.
Or you each get the opportunity to be on top.
Okay. Whatever Fearson just said.
Well, I'm saying, you can look at it that way. You seem like a glass is half empty kind of guy.
Yep. 12-1. Bergey's up over there. They're on their feet 13-1. I can switch that before I. So now Aaron's in deep again. Looking to score. And this match, who's about to get his escape? Warning, stalling. And that's 1. Wow, now Maverick Jackson just needs his escape to go ahead by 2. Just get your escape, Jackson. You got 10 seconds left. Just get your escape. There's 1. And 1 escape. Now he goes up 5-3. Wow.
I'll be interested to see how Ron handles himself after this match.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time keeping myself controlled. His assistant's just shaking his head. It's like, what do you even do anymore at this point?
By the way, Aaron Bergey does get the tech fall. So that ends in a tech fall. I believe it ended up 17-2. I could be wrong. Noah Ryan should be coming up here anytime. This overtime match is 5-3 with 18 seconds to go. An escape.
There's his escape, and now let's see if he can force the action and get a stalling.
Right.
Call it fair.
Yep. Not doing enough to get a stall call, though. Oh! He had to go for it. Give him credit. He had to go for it. He got taken down by Maverick Jackson. So, yeah. So, a quick recap on the KoMets for this these two rounds. I'm just going to do it this way. Everybody has won up through Aaron Bergey. A few wrestlers had 2 matches, with the exception Garrison Shore is 1-1. He won his first match. He lost his second match, and he will be the only wrestler the KoMets have so far that are in the wrestlebacks. We're at 195 pounds. Noah Ryan should be hitting the mat very soon. Is that an all right update, Fearson?
Yep.
You know, I'm not Van Ordish. I don't have my own green room and such.
Wow, come on. The other ref gave him a little earful afterward, too, by the way.
Gave who?
The other ref.
Oh, the ref gave the ref?
The ref who switched spots with him there. I don't think he was yelling at him. He just, I don't know what they said.
Yeah, he kind of let himself.
I feel like he let himself get out of control when the other guys were yelling at him.
Yep, I would agree. And I didn't have any,
we
dog
can't
in
hear
the fight.
it. Well, neither did I.
No, I know.
But I mean, he flat out berated
both
Ron Sanders.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, the Link wasn't quite as bad, but Link sat down a lot quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, but they both got bench warning.
But he started yelling at Link before Link even got to the table.
I know. Well, because the stalling call came with, Maverick Jackson was clearly the aggressor, and the kid took one shot. Maverick Jackson stepped back, and they hit him for stalling. And that was a point to tie it up. So.
Well, essentially, stalling calls decided that match, and there's no way around that.
Right.
And by stalling calls, I mean the ref.
Yeah. No. But Maverick Jackson was the guy who kind of got it on the short end. So the fact that he won, but that stalling call that Maverick Jackson took was.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yep.
Just an odd scene.
Yeah, you don't see it that very much. And we happen to be watching. So.
I don't know that ref that was doing it either. I think Ron Sanders could have taken that guy down, by the way.
Ron's a little older now.
I think Ron is probably older than you think, too. I think he's...
Yeah,
he's by far the most tenured coach in the area now, right? I don't think there's anyone even close. After Sutter stepped down, I think it's been Ron since...
How many years has he been around?
Over 20. He rarely sends in his... information for him, so I don't know.
Why don't you get on him?
He still faxes stuff, by the way. He's got to be the only guy left that does that.
I got a thought for you. Why don't you send that official after him to get him to get his stuff
I
in?
bet he could.
Thinking he could.
Maybe I just need to be more forceful.
Yep.
I respect my elders, though, so I'm not going to yell at Ron.
Hey, where's your replacement, by the way?
Yeah,
you got to get down there.
Hurry up, because I got to go to the bathroom,
Well,
too.
go.
I'm not confident that you can carry a broadcast.
I know. Well, you shouldn't be. I heard ratings are going to dip like...
I'm a little surprised that Van Ort hasn't texted you yet.
Yeah, why
He's probably not even listening to us in the car.
Probably
Just
not.
Complete lack of respect on his part.
Completely. There's no smoke on that.
No.
As soon as he got up out of the chair here, he was done with us.
Yeah.
It's on his next gig.
Yep.
So.
You'd think the guy would know where his bread is buttered. That Haneke pays him so well.
Why doesn't Haneke come up here? Either
where's
Kyle
he?
Or Trevor. Or
just someone with the last name Haneke?
Yeah.
Larry Haneke? That's got to be a person, right?
I'm sure there is one. He's probably... I don't know if he's here today. I bet he is. I bet you. It wouldn't surprise me if Kyle's sitting up there hiding somewhere up there.
Well, it's 4:30. I would think he'd be here by now, wouldn't he? Or would he
the
still
problem is
possibly
wrestling's almost done for Castle Maniville because they only got one wrestler in the wrestleback. Seriously.
So he could skip it today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The Stadium Series games this weekend, isn't it?
What do you mean the Stadium Series game?
Hockey.
Oh.
The outdoor game.
Got it. Where's that?
At TCF.
Wow.
The stadium, not the bank.
Is it boys and girls?
No, it's... I don't know who's all playing here. Gophers and some...
Yeah, Gophers, men or women?
I think it's just men. I don't know. I could be wrong. I haven't paid attention. I don't pay attention to hockey like I used to. It used to be my favorite sport.
Now it's golf?
I don't know. I think it's probably still football. People ask me that all the time. I don't have a good answer.
It's whatever season is for you?
I don't know. I like a lot of things. Golf is year-round for me. I like wrestling. I still like hockey. I like basketball now because of DFS, but not for any other reason.
You got to find somebody to come over here and call this with me. I'm looking over there.
Why don't you? Did you text Bergies? I suppose Brock's
no. Well, did Brady even wrestle today? He didn't even wrestle today.
Was he in the way? Oh yeah, everybody ran from him. He was the one with the 6 kids in him.
Yeah, I see Noah Ryan finally getting ready out there, so he must be going on.
Yeah, you gotta flag somebody down.
I know, but I don't see anybody up there. Why don't you just walk down there and on your way down there, I'm sure you'll run into somebody.
Yeah, but who's somebody?
I don't know.
Also, who's gonna listen to me?
Why don't you? Where's Patsky? Is Jeff Patsky over there?
Yeah, way over there. Double A is all the way down.
Oh, yeah, and that's too far for you to walk. I forgot.
That's just out of my wheelhouse, Harfman.
Yeah. You're up above your pay grade. Noah Ryan hitting the mat right now, by the way.
You don't even need to bring up people if they can't be a fill-in here.
Yeah, no, I get it. Noah Ryan Jr. from Caston Manorville.
Noah Ryan Jr.?
Junior. Oh, no, Noah Ryan.
You said Noah
Junior.
Ryan Jr.
36-3 versus Jeremy Heller, a sophomore, 7-15 from Grand Meadow. Leroy Ostrander, Kingsland, Southland.
His losses are to Keegan Moore,
some
nationally ranked kid from at the Cheesehead. And then who's the third loss?
Brandon Moan. Lost to Brandon Moan.
Is Brandon Moan nationally ranked?
I don't know. Boy, you watch Brandon Moan. He doesn't
good.
look that physically imposing.
But he's really good.
But he's really, really seasoned and good and quick.
He's not a senior, is he?
He's a junior too. You're right.
All right, I'll be back.
I'll
you carry this.
Yeah.
I'm sure Van Ort will tell you how great you're doing.
I'm sure.
If he's listening.
He's not listening.
I'm sure he's not. What else could they be listening to on the radio in their car that would be better than this? Nothing. Clearly.
Nothing.
Unless there's some other wrestling broadcast that we don't know about.
I don't know. Is it the pregame of the duel or something?
We'll break it down for him if he needs us to.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out.
Let us know. All righty. Noah Ryan up 2-1, looking for another takedown with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go in this first period, and he does get it. So Noah Ryan's up 4-1. Looks like he's trying to free a wrist so he can decide if he's going to cut him or work for a pin here. And he cannot free that wrist. He's been unable to free that wrist. And now he getting a near fall. That was that end of the period. Did he get a near fall? Looks like he got no near fall. Looks like they were counting, but he did not get the near fall. Jeremy Heller tried to pick Noah up. That didn't go quite as well as the sophomore from Grand Meadow thought, and Noah took him to his back. Now to start the second period, it's going to be 4-1 as Noah Ryan gets the reversal and just about gets the near fall. And now he is going to get the near fall. He's got it tight as he wraps it up, and he's going to crank tighter and tighter, and it's got to be done. He's not even kicking underneath. How can he not be pinned? Now, I'm not questioning the ref, Kyle. I'm just saying. And he does hit the mat with 1 minute 37 left to go in the second. Noah Ryan gets his pin. So Noah Ryan done for the day. A lot of comments. Have a short day today, and I'm assuming that a lot of the Komets have probably headed home. I'm thinking they probably just send them straight home when they're done for the day. So we've got Jim Paulson and Brett Paulson are your remaining two Komets of this round. There's only 3 wrestlers for the Komets that will wrestle yet. It is Jimmy Paulson at 220 pounds that will hit the mat, and Brett Paulson will be wrestling heavyweight. And Garrison Shore will be wrestling in the wrestlebacks. So those are the 3 wrestlers the Komets have yet to wrestle today. I do not see Jimmy or Brett Paulson in the hole or on deck. So we'll probably have a few minutes before they are going to wrestle. And sure would have been nice if Ben would have found somebody to send over here, but he's wandering his way down the steps. Does not appear to be in search of anybody that would help the cause up here. He does find Link Steffens right there. Now he wants to talk to Link, and my guess is he wants to talk to Link about how Link got chastised by the official and what happened there. And the Zumbrota Mazeppa coaches are having a nice little conversation with Ben Fearson that hopefully we'll be able to use some of that information when Ben gets back up here. So he is in no way looking for anybody to help up here and cover any airtime. So we are going to give you some recap of Casson Manorville team results for today. So if you're looking for the results, here you go for the Casson Manorville Comets at 106 pounds. Robbie Horseman, 30-10, won by major decision over Bryce Duffy from the Crescent. 21-7 was the final score. Duffy, 14-8. That was a quarterfinal matchup. At 113 pounds, Jared Johnson received a bye in the quarterfinals, so he did not even have a match today. The sophomore is 30-9 for the Comets. At 120 pounds, Brady Lam, 30-10 on the season, wins by tech fall over Peter Fitter from Cannon Falls, 17-21. The match score in that was 16-1 for Brady Lam. At 126 pounds, Keaton Shore, a junior, 34-6. He wins in the quarterfinals by a fall over Dylan Worrell from the Crescent. Worrell 8-12, Keaton Shore 34-6. Keaton Shore moving on to the semifinals. At 132 pounds, Garrison Shore, a freshman, 26-11 now. First round had a matchup with Pedro Lopez from the Crescent. Lopez 21-8. Shore wins 12-3 in that match. Then he has to come back in the quarterfinals and wrestle Bren Olson, 28-5 junior Bren Olson. Garrison falls in that match by a score of 9-3 to Bren Olson, and he will be wrestling in the wrestlebacks later this afternoon. At 138 pounds, Isaac Hammond, 27-10, a junior for the Comets, won by fall over Dylan Rohr from Cannon Falls. Rohr 9-18. Patrick Kennedy, just an 8th grader, 22-3. He wins his quarterfinals match by tech fall over Ethan Meyer from Stewartville. At 152 pounds, Ethan Shea, a sophomore, 23-10, who's had a great season this year, was the 4 seed going into this tournament, so he wrestled the 5 seed in the quarterfinals. Ethan Shea beats Keaton Brighton from Plainville Jamilville 5-0. Keaton Brighton, a junior from Plainville Jamilville, was 25-14. Ethan Shea, 23-10, gets that win. At 160 pounds, Brady Berge, undefeated on the season, at 39-0, receives a bye into the semifinals. That is a bracket everybody ran from. At 170 pounds, Andy Bigelow, 36-5, a senior on the season, one of the 2 seniors that'll be wrestling for the Comets this weekend. Andy Bigelow wins by fall over Lemire Matter from the Crescent in a fall of 1 minute 37 seconds. At 182 pounds, Aaron Berge, 34-6, the other senior. Aaron Berge wins by technical fall over Dominic DePel from Lewiston, Alturo, Rushford, Peterson by a score of 17-1. At 195 pounds, junior Noah Ryan, 37-3, wins by technical fall over Jeremy Heller. Jeremy Heller from Grand Meadow, Leroy Elstrander Kellogg. Noah Ryan gets the pin in 2:23. We are still waiting for 220 pounds Jimmy Paulson, who has to drink water to make the minimum. Jimmy weighs probably 182 pounds walking around, has to drink a little bit of water to weigh over 184. And he's going to be wrestling at 220 pounds for the Comets this weekend. Jimmy Paulson, 13-3, had a huge win over Gayling from Stewartville, and that's what got Jimmy Paulson the 2 seed. I'm sorry, Jimmy Paulson got the 2 seed, and he gets a bye into the semifinal. So my fault. Jimmy Paulson will not be wrestling today at all at 285 pounds. Cousin to Jimmy, another sophomore. So Jimmy and Brett just sophomores. Brett Paulson, 24-9. And I'm sorry, Brett Paulson gets a bye into the semifinals too. So we only have one wrestler that will have matches yet today, and that is Garrison Shore. He will be coming through the wrestlebacks. So for the Komets, 13 wrestlers into the semifinals. One wrestler still alive in the wrestlebacks is Garrison Shore. He will be the lone Komet. I'm assuming that all the rest of the Komets have headed for home and are going to get a good night's sleep, so they're ready to go tomorrow in the semifinals. So if you're waiting for Jimmy or Brett Paulson, I apologize. Neither one of those are will be wrestling tonight. So few Komets with the change. What happened, folks, is with the reclassification that the State High School League does every 2 years. They move teams around trying to balance out sections, and our section was very, very deep, and so you would have, I want to say, 13 teams in the section. Now, since the reclassification, the Komets have 11 teams in AA with them instead of 13, and Winona Cotter only brought 5 wrestlers to the tournament. La Crescent brought 9, and Cannon Falls brought 8. The rest of them brought 13 and 14 wrestlers, but the 5, 9, and 8 means there's going to be a number of brackets that are not as full as you would expect them to be. So that's why you're seeing those buys that are showing up, and wrestlers are making it directly to the semifinals tomorrow. I am going to, while we have a little bit of time here, I'm going to see if I can't find the time that the Komets wrestle tomorrow, so that if you flip off the live streaming, we'll get you the information so you can head on down tomorrow. You need to find the information here, so if you'll be patient with me for a little bit, I will find it. And maybe Van Ort was nice to me, or somebody was nice to me and sent me a Hunnicky was nice to me. 11 o'clock tomorrow. The Komets wrestle tomorrow at 11 o'clock, folks. Semifinals, and I would assume they will go right into wrestlebacks at the same time. So 13 Komets into the semifinals. Garrison Shore, the only Komet that will be wrestling in the wrestlebacks this afternoon. Kyle Hunnicky, if I'd have been close enough, Hunnicky was letting me know before I put my foot in my mouth that Jimmy and Brett both had buys into the semifinals. So I should pay more attention to what Mr. Hunnicky tells me or what he sends me texts on. I wonder if he's in the building or not. He's probably texting me from in the building, doesn't want to come over and help me out over here. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to talk about a few interesting matches that I see out there while we wait for Garrison Shore to hit the mat, because I would assume that it's going to be a little while before Garrison hits the mat. And the match that I'm watching on the far end down there, 9-2, is in favor of Gayling from Stewartville. Again, Gayling at 220 pounds will be somebody that Brett Paulson's going to have to deal with if he wants to go to state. Again, Jimmy Paulson will have to deal with if he wants to go to state. Again, Jimmy beat Adam Gayling 7-2. Gayling, a senior from Stewartville, 23-13. I believe that is the matchup that he'll have in the semifinals. Maybe that's a good thing to do, is talk about these semifinal matches that the Komets will have tomorrow at 11 o'clock, folks. So tune in at 11 o'clock, and you will see this. You will hear the semifinals. Let's talk a little bit about those semifinals and some of those matchups. Right off the bat at 106, Robbie Horseman, again a freshman, 30-10. The 2 seed will have Jake Johnsrud from Albert Lee, 30-10, a sophomore. Johnsrud and Horseman have met twice this year. Horseman winning the first one, I think about by 5 or 6, and then in the team finals of section. Horseman won by 1, so he's 2-0 against Johnsrud. Huge match because they are the 2 and 3 seed. That's really the match you need to win to make state. Matt Peterson is the 1 seed on the other side. He has beaten both Johnsrud and Horseman, so you want to win that if you're Horseman. At 113 pounds, Jared Johnson, a sophomore from Casson Manorville. He is 30-9 on the season. Tomorrow he will face Mitchell Peterson, the younger brother, just an 8th grader. Mitchell won over the 4 seed. Mitchell was the 5 seed. He won over the 4 seed, Josh Dewar. Dewar is junior. That was 15-6. Dewar had him down 8-1 early and ran out of gas about midway through the second period. And Mitchell Peterson just kept coming after him and ended up winning that match 21-14. So Jared, the 1 seed, will face Mitchell Peterson tomorrow. Mitchell, an 8th grader, 12-4. On the other side of that bracket, Brody Olson is the 2 seed. Brody, 27-7, wrestled at 126 when the Komets wrestled Stewartville in the team semifinals over last weekend. At 120 pounds, Brady Lam got the 3 seed. Brady Lam, a junior, 30-11, has done a great job for the Komets. For sure, one of the biggest surprises for the Komets on the year is junior Brady Lam. He will face Gavin Igwanowski tomorrow from Albert Lee. Igwanowski has the same record as Lam, 30-10. He's a sophomore. In the first meeting, Lam won that match by, I think it was 7-2 in the first match. In the team championship, they wrestled a second time, and that went to overtime with Igwanowski beating Lam, and that's why he got that 2 seed. This is another weight that it is important to win this match for Lam because the 1 seed, Reed DeFrang, 35-3. You only get to wrestle back if your man wins the section championship. So if you want to go to state, big match for Lam tomorrow. At 126, the 1 seed is Keaton Shore, your Komet, 34-6, a junior. Tomorrow in the semifinals, he'll wrestle Dominic Jenkins from Lewis Nelturo, Rushford Peterson. Dominic Jenkins, 17-18, a freshman. So Shore should be the heavy favorite to get a chance at Glazier again. Glazier on the other side of the bracket, the 2 seed from Albert Lee, a freshman, 34-6. He and Shore are 1-1 in matches this year. Keaton Shore, a state champion, and beat Glazier in the last match. By those 2 things, he is the 1 seed, Glazier the 2 seed. At 132, we've got Garrison Shore. We talked a little bit about him. He will be in the wrestlebacks. He was the 3 seed. He was a 3 seed in the deepest bracket in the tournament, incredibly deep. 7 very, very solid wrestlers. As a matter of fact, the 6 and 7 seed in this tournament both are in the semifinals. 7 seed Jack Vassler, 18-5 as the 7 seed in this tournament, beats Tanner Prochaska, who's 20-7. To get to that, Prochaska the 2 seed, Vassler the 7 seed. Garrison Shore loses to the 6 seed, Bren Olson, who's a junior, 28-5 by a 9-3 score. He will be wrestling back here in a few minutes. He will have the winner of Prochaska and Klein. He did get a bye. I don't know if there's another round of wrestlebacks or if Garrison will have a match. I'm assuming since the Komets are staying around that Garrison will have a match against the winner of Klein and Prochaska. So that's 132. At 138 pounds, Isaac Hammond is your 1 seed. The Komet is 27-10. He's a junior. Tomorrow he will face the 5 seed, Josh Graves from Grand Meadow Leroy Ostrander Kellogg. No, they dropped Kellogg, I think. So Graves, a 28-8 sophomore, He upset Joe Miller, who was 25-13 from Plainville Jamilville. So Hammond will have Graves in the semifinals. On the bottom half of that bracket, Ben Adamson and Brody Nielsen will be a battle to see who comes out on that to make the finals at 138 pounds. At 145 pounds, the 1 seed, Ryan Epps, 33-0 from Cannon Falls. The 2 seed, your KoMet, Patrick Kennedy, 22-3. Kennedy wins by pin tonight. Kennedy, just an 8th grader, 22-3. One of his 3 losses was the other night to Epps in a match that he was very competitive in. If Kennedy can stay out from underneath, I would call him the favorite if those 2 would meet in the finals. But tomorrow, first, Kennedy has to take care of Justin Mueller. Mueller, 16-2, a junior from Lewis Nailturo Rushford Peterson. So Kennedy's got some work to do against the junior first before he can think about that rematch with Epps. At 152 pounds, Ethan Shea, your KoMet, was the 4 seed. Ethan Shea wrestled the 5 seed, Keegan Brighton from Plainville Jamilville. Brighton, a senior, 25-14. Shea, a sophomore, 23-10. Shea comes out the winner of that match, 5-0. He will now wrestle McCoy Teakouts. McCoy Teakouts, a junior, 7-1. He's been hurt much of the season. Starts very, very fast. Teakouts does. If you can weather the storm for the first period, you have a very good chance for Ethan to gain that upset tomorrow. Look for a big match there. Look for Shore to try and keep that thing close early and give himself a chance to win that in the 3rd period. That is at 152 pounds. At 160 pounds, this is the bracket people ran from. Brady Berge, 39-0. He will wrestle Sam Putz from Lewis Nailturo Rushford Peterson. Putz, 16-11, a sophomore. On the bottom half of that bracket, Mason Hammer from Albert Lee and Parker Hale is the 2 seed. Parker Hale, 14-1, has not wrestled the entire season either. That is your 160-pound bracket. At 170 pounds, your 1 seed, Andy Bigelow, the KoMet, a senior, 36-5, took care of business with the fall today. Tomorrow in the semifinals, he will have Chris Nelson from Albert Lee. Nelson, 28-11. In the duel the other day, I believe Nelson wrestled. Did he? Not sure, folks. I want to say he wrestled Berge at 60, but I could be wrong on that. So I'll have to do some checking. But Nelson, 28-11, a senior, is who Bigelow will have tomorrow. On the bottom half of that bracket, the 2 seed Frankie Wingert from Plainville Jamilville and Troy Bailey from Stewartville, 17-17 senior. They will face each other for an opportunity to make the finals at 182 pounds. Aaron Berge is your 1 seed. Aaron Berge, 34-6. Aaron Berge today took care of business with a tech fall. Tomorrow he will face Parker Mullenbach from Albert Lee, 24-16, a senior. Parker Mullenbach, I believe, is the wrestler that Aaron Berge tech falled in the dual meet, a match that if you get a chance to go back and listen to our call, that was quite a display of endurance by Aaron Berge to wear Parker Mullenbach out to the point that I think he wanted off the mat. And in that tech fall. Now, Parker Mullenbach is a good wrestler, 24-16, a senior. So it was an impressive display by Aaron Berge. On the bottom half of that bracket, Chris Bain, a junior from Grand Meadow Leroy Ostrander, 25-2 is the 2 seed. The 3 seed is Alex Bertram from Byron, 27-8. They will face each other in that semifinal match. At 195 pounds, Noah Ryan is your 1 seed. Noah Ryan, 37-3, will face Mason Henke from Winona Cotter, Hankey, a junior, 25-10. That'll be the semifinal match. On the bottom half of that bracket, Tanner Long from Byron, 20-7, will face Travis Capel from Stewartville, 25-7. The winner of that makes the finals. At 220 pounds, the 1 seed is Isaac Brewer from Plainville, Elgin, Millville. He is 35-1. On the bottom half of that bracket, your KoMet Jimmy Paulson, who has to drink water to make it above 184 pounds, will be in that 220-pound semifinal match. It's a rematch against Adam Gayling. Gayling, a senior, 24-13 from Stewartville, that Paulson beat in the semifinal dual match by a score of 7-2. So looking to repeat that performance. And as we move to heavyweight, Brett Paulson is your KoMet at that weight. He is your 2 seed, 24-9, another sophomore, much like his cousin. He will face Matt Palmer. Matt Palmer, the wrestler he defeated 5-2, I believe, in the section team championship. Matt Palmer, a junior from Albert Lee. The 1 seed in that bracket, Kyle Lipke from Stewartville, 18-7, a senior. He will be on the other side of the bracket. So that is your rundown of KoMets and KoMet wrestlers that will be wrestling in the semifinals tomorrow at 11 o'clock. You can join us. Joining us now, Jeff Patsky. Coach Patsky has been kind enough to jump on. Coach Patsky, thanks for joining us.
Hey, no problem. I saw you up here all alone, and it's going to be a little bit before Garrison Shore is going to be coming up to wrestle, so I thought I'd help you fill in some air.
Perfect. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Since you're here, I'm going to let you talk to the folks about what you've seen in the tournament, talk about the KoMet's year, talk about anything you want KoMet related.
Okay.
I trust you. I haven't been able to get off the air in a couple hours. I'm going to jump up and stretch my legs a little bit. I'll give the other headset to my daughter if she wants to listen here, and take it away, Mr. Patsky. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Well, I really don't know what to say. I mean, he said, Kent said to talk about the year. We've had a really great year, a lot of success at the Cheesehead and individual tournaments, such as the Christmas tournament, and I think we're just we're just warming up here for the state tournament. The way we've been wrestling in the individual tournaments and in dual tournaments as well is really, really well when you take a look at everything. We didn't get a lot of pins, today, but what you did see is we scored a lot of points, and that's really good to get a good run, to get those takedowns, to get the bugs out of your system when you first start a tournament, and hope to see that continue tomorrow, where we just attack. Really impressed with a lot of wrestlers this year. One that I really like, Brady Lom, has done phenomenal this year. He really turned a corner, spent a lot of time in the off season getting stronger, getting quicker, working on his technique, and that's paid off. So if you got a kid out there that's wrestling, or youth kids that are out there listening and things like that, when you put in the hard work in the off season, it pays off during the in season. So those are the things you got to do. Find a partner and work extremely hard. Those of you that know me, mainly I help coach out with the JV kids, and a lot of good kids in our JV program, looking to fill the shoes in a couple of years. We had a really good season. It's really tough when we got a lot of smaller guys, but we did have a really good end of season when we went to the HVL kind of JV conference tournament. We won that as a team. We were so shy the year before, so we won that tournament, had quite a few champions. If you follow us on Twitter, you can look back a few pages and see that all the postings of who placed, and just in a very exciting year with that. Also, we had four qualifiers at the 9th grade state league which went very, very well. We had Jacob Keller, who did not place but wrestled extremely well and ready to get after it next year and to, hopefully get out there and place at that tournament and do well, all next season. He was strong all season long, but wrestling against other kids, he had a few mistakes, but did extremely well, wrestled hard. Then we had Matthew Harshman, who won it at his weight bracket, which was a fun thing because I was up there and coaching. I went 2 years before and only had one person place, and that was Ethan Shea for, I believe, 5th place. And Matthew wrestled an extremely tough tournament. Wrestled strong, wrestled hard, scored when he needed to. There's one match where all he had to do was turn the kid in the 3rd period and turned him twice and put the match away, which was phenomenal. And then in his finals match, just stayed in position, scored when he needed to, and ended up on top as a champion. Nick Van Oort placed 3rd at the 9th grade league state and wrestled a very good matches there. Just only losing one match and kind of just got rode out, and I think that's the biggest thing Nick would have to work on is getting out at bottom. But he's just a terror on top, turning guys left and right and pinning them. Kind of the same thing with Matthew, getting his scores in as well on top versus take down, let him up. Not really kind of the mentality we had today here at the section tournament, but sometimes we just got to stay on top and take it to them and churn them. And then we had Jace Manelli, who placed 4th, was very close to winning his 3rd place match, just couldn't pulled the trigger just a little too late, couldn't get past the hands defense of the Apple Valley wrestler that he faced in his 3rd place match. He was just one takedown away from tying it up, and I think if we got it into an overtime match, our conditioning shines, and that's one thing you'll notice with the, if you come down to sections or you come down to the state tournament to watch us wrestle, our conditioning is top notch. Very rarely do you see us gassed or winded, bent over, trying to get a couple of extra seconds walking back to the center of the mat. We're running back there, we're waiting for our guys, and I think that's something that you watch Casson wrestling, and it's pretty fun to watch. Something that I think conditioning can definitely win a match when you may not have the strength or the talent to really take it to somebody, or the technique I should say. But you take a look at wait until that 3rd period and you turn it on, and you get that extra. You can just turn someone, or they get tired taking you down. All of a sudden you can turn it around, and that's kind of how I wrestled in high school. But it's not about me. Other than that, I can see Kent eating a chicken sandwich over here. He's really hungry. Good food here at the Mayo Civic Center. I think they're trying a few things out. When we were here for the team tournament, they changed kind of the menu around, and I think people will be excited to see some of that. Other than that, I'm not an air filler. I don't know. Christina, do you have anything to really say from the manager side? What did you see this season from the sidelines, recording and taking stats?
It was a lot of fun this year to watch all the matches that we've won.
Is there a favorite match that you have that stands out? Maybe a come from behind win, or a really close match where we just needed a takedown to win it?
Probably the matches that are most fun are the ones that are closer, and then we end up winning it.
Yeah, but no one match, no one
it's
wrestler.
too hard to keep track of all of them.
No, yeah, it is. We get so many matches in on the season, and it's just hard to remember every single one, especially when you're, because what we have this year, if you've noticed, our managers have been recording with iPads, and we got new software called Matt Boss, where we can go online and watch the tapes and see, well, not tapes, but video, and see what went well in the match, where can we improve on our technique, and that's kind of something where I think can bring our team to the next level if we take that time to watch it and critique it and say, okay, hey, I did this really well, but to get that I leave my hand up in one place too long, or I'm not giving enough space, or I'm not closing the gap. And so, the technology in wrestling has sure changed since I was wrestling. We had VHS tapes, and then we had DVDs, and now everything's online, and each one of the wrestlers have their own login to watch their matches. And then I, as a coach, have an admin access that I can watch the match and then make little notes and send a message to the guys, hey, watch this match, and these are my notes at this time. Could have done the pass by and pass that elbow and 2 hands to the leg, and that takedown's there. And I think it helps some of our wrestlers that watch that, and with riding and turning and even defense as well. So Mat Boss is what we utilize, and then it also takes down all the stats. So you'll watch them, and they can press 2 for the takedown, 3 for near fall, who selected top, who selected bottom, and take a good look at where we were scoring, when we were scoring, and also helps keep the scoring tables on track as well, because sometimes refs are calling it and they miss a point here or takedown, or there's a question, and we can go back to it and say, hey, this is what we have. And unfortunately, we don't have the video review where there's 2 or anything like that, but or if there's near fall to question a call. But most of the rest we have here at the section tournament and at the team tournament are spot on with their calling. Maybe a call doesn't go our way, where we thought we had 2 or their stalling should be called, but you come down, you watch these refs. When it's the top wrestlers, you got to have the top refs, and that's what shines here at the section tournament, at the state tournament as well.
Coach Patsky, why don't you, I jump back on here for a little bit. Why don't you talk a little bit, I don't know if you have, about the team's performance at the section team championship, and maybe a little specifically, what you expected out of Albert Lee. And, I still think Albert Lee is the second best team in the state, maybe, in 2A. I've thought that for a while.
Yeah,
talk about our performance there.
We came out of, if you've listened to some of the interviews or read some of the articles, we had a chip on our shoulder from not winning last year's section tournament and not going to state. And I think we wrestled very aggressive and made a very good team. Thinking it's the number 2 team in the state, and made them look like just another opponent that we roll right over, roll right through. But there were some really, really tough matches where we wrestled tough, but we came out of taking care of the job with Stewartville and just put up a lot of points there, and that I think we carried the momentum into taking on Stewartville. And Coach Hyatt had that second place medallion around in his pocket as motivation, and I think we were focused on winning a team section title, and now we're focused on going to state and focusing on winning a team state title as well. But we wrestled really well, turned around a couple matches that we had lost previously at our home dual tournament against them, and and didn't give up any bonus points. If you take a look at that as well, that's big, where bonus points can really turn around a match when it's at a high level between 1, 2, or the top 5 in a state. Bonus points can make all the difference. And I think against Stewartville, we just got once we got the match finally rolling, I should say, because it started out very exciting, and then we had to wait for the table workers to get the display set. But once we got rolling, we just kind of continued the momentum, and the matches that we did lose, we didn't lose focus on the next one. That's something that I've seen with this team in the past, where we lose a close match, and all of a sudden the energy, the tone kind of starts to swing the other way. But with this team, that's not there. And we've had it in the past, but this year, we lose a match, we lost it. Next guy's up, ready to go with a vengeance, and not to not to let it snowball the other way. Being around the program for a while, we've been in those situations, sometimes at state, sometimes at sections, where all of a sudden we're on a losing roll, and that's not something that we're allowing to happen this year. Even if it is close matches or against better competitors, we're not giving up those big bonus points that we've maybe had in the past.
So that brings two questions. I have a couple questions I'm going to bounce off you.
All right.
I'd like your feedback on. Let's start talking. I'll start off by talking a little bit about the state tournament. You referenced going to state and the team, and the goal is to win it. And I'll run folks through the bracket for state. Again, Castle Manorville is the 1 seed. We're 22-0. We will face Mora, the Mora Dragons, I believe, 24-4. The 5 seed and the 4 and 5 are on our half of the bracket. Wabasso Red Rock Central is the 5 seed. They're 30-2. Scott West, a perennial power, 15-5. They are the 4 seed. So that's that. That's our half of the bracket. The other half of the bracket, the 2 seed in the tournament, Simley, 25-6. They will face Totino Grace, 18-4. The 3 seed Foley, who's 30-1, will face Perham, who's 24-6. So the seeds go like this: Castle Manorville 1, Simley 2, Foley 3, Scott West 4, Wabasso Red Rock Central 5. They seed 5 and draw the other 3 into the bracket, and that's how that works out. If you look at the teams, you say, how did Foley get the 3 seed if they only have 1 loss? Well, I'll tell you how that happened. They wrestled Albert Lee. That's the only like opponent they wrestled with us or Simley, and Albert Lee beat Foley, and that is their 1 loss this season. And you know how it went with us and Simley, or I mean us and Albert Lee. So that gave us the seed over them, and Simley has been. I would say they've been the dominant team in AA for a number of years, and I don't think anybody felt like they could bump Foley above Simley. So Simley got that 2 seed, Foley the 3.
But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Simley's losses have been to their dual meet losses have been to nationally ranked teams as well, whereas, maybe Foley doesn't get the exposure that some of the other teams, do, such as Casson going out and wrestling, other top-ranked teams, not within the state, but actually within the nation. I think that's where, you get a bump with seeding as well. But yeah, it's definitely tough to say, you're returning state champ or won it the last couple of years, state champs, and you've always been dominant, so we can't not seed you below a certain seed.
Yeah, and if you're absolutely right, Jeff. If you look at Simley's losses, and I don't have them in front of me, but I can tell you the losses are to St. Michael Albertville. They're to Park Hill, Missouri, nationally ranked.
Yep.
They're to
Carlsbad.
No, not Carl Sandburg. I was thinking Carl Sandburg. Glenbard North.
Okay. Yep.
And maybe they beat Glenbard North. I don't remember, but they've and Kenyon Wanamingo. They have a loss to Kenyon Wanamingo. I mean, those are nationally top teams you're talking about.
Yeah.
All those teams. I don't think Glenbard North is in the top 40 right now or top 50, but they're close. They're always one of the top Illinois teams. Most of their losses are to nationally ranked teams.
Yeah.
And Foley hasn't wrestled. I think the top team Foley has wrestled this season is Albert Lee, and Albert Lee defeated them. Their top win this season is over Hastings, which is a really nice win.
Yep.
But Simley also has a win over Hastings.
Yep.
So when you start looking at some of those things. So expectations, first round you've got Mora. Have you had a chance to look at Mora at all, Jeff?
I have not. That's not, there's in our wrestling room with our coaching staff, we have kind of our roles as coaches. Jamie's, head coach, technique, very good on the job to spot, the live wrestling to how to counter, how to defend, how to attack. And then you have, you know, Kevin Berge, he's the lineup man. He's the one doing all the research, taking a look at, okay, who'd this person wrestle? He'll do some, you know, he'll be watching here at the section tournament to see, okay, who are we going to wrestle next round? What do we have to look out for? And so that'd be the man to talk to as far as, you know, what do we think about our matchups and things like that. He's the lineup guy. I'm more of the, you know, I work a lot with the JV, but kind of behind the scenes. I do a lot of the summer workouts, wrestling with some of the guys, giving them the scrambling side of things, because there's really no way to train or to coach scrambling. You just got to get into it and roll around and feel different things. And so when you see some of those things that happen out on the match where they're rolling around and may not look like they're in the best position, sometimes that's when they are. So I don't know if I can really speak to a whole lot of what the matchup is going to look like. All I know is that, you know, we're going to show up and, you know, we're going to, you know, go out there and dominate, score points, and work on, you know, do what we've been doing all season long, and what we've been working for, that end goal.
You know, and you brought up a really good point. Your coaches really do know your job. Everybody kind of has a job, they know it, and they do it really, really well. And the coaching staff gets along so well. They don't step on each other's toes. They know where each one of them are good, and it's nice to see that. To build that synergy like that is not easy.
Yeah, and I think it's just meshed very, very well as a coaching staff. You know, we got Ryan Hill, who works with a lot of the smaller guys, has put in a lot of time with them. Obviously, Keaton being related and Garrison, and you know, then he's also working with a lot of the other smaller guys, Brady Lom, and Isaac Hammond, just down the lineup that way, and works the technique with them. Drilling, focusing on things that they need to work on, you know, and then Travis is in the room working with the bigger guys, helping them with their technique as far as what to do as a heavyweight, because sometimes the moves we show don't necessarily translate for the smaller guys, translate for the bigger guys. So he's working with those guys there, and then we got Frank. He's in the room working with he's been working with Jimmy and Brett as kind of the bigger guy coach, wrestling with those guys that are kind of not quite technically they're the heavyweights now, but he's rolling around with them and giving them different feels and looks. And then you got Kevin as the lineup master, and then myself working with the JV in the morning, getting them ready for the spotlight when they become you know, the varsity level type location. So,
and looking at this team next year, so we sit up here, and Elise, if she's listening, will tell you that Elise, your wife, I'll shout out to your wife.
Yep, I told her I was coming on the radio.
Oh, perfect. So hopefully she's listening.
Hopefully she is.
So,
hey, babe.
And speak of that, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know if I could say that, so I won't say anything.
Well, yeah, I mean
what? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get her something nice for Valentine's anyhow?
Yeah. You know, funny story.
Oh, let's hear it.
I got a story. So
folks, just so you know, every time it starts with "I've got a story," it's not good news for the coach.
Yeah. So, you know, we were watching TV leading up to Valentine's Day, and Hy-Vee's, you know, here in Rochester, and putting the ads out there. Oh, flowers, flowers, flowers! The whole week leading up to Valentine's Day, and they're showing the whole bouquet for like $50, $60. And my wife makes the comment, "Oh, flowers are so expensive," and I'm thinking, all right, well, yeah, that's what they've always kind of been. They've been expensive, and so she kept mentioning that. So I'm just like, well, you know, I'm thinking, is she saying they're too expensive? That's my cue to not spend any money. You know, you get that.
Yeah. See, here's the difference, folks. Just a minute. There's a communication gap here. She's talking expensive. Flowers are expensive. And what he's hearing, she's saying, flowers are expensive. It'd be great if you got me some. Flowers are expensive. It'd be great if you got me some. Here's what Jeff's hearing. Flowers are expensive. They're too expensive. Don't get them. Flowers are expensive. They're too expensive. That's not what she said, Mr. Paskey, just so you know.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
She did clarify later. So it's you know, Valentine's Day was is it Sunday?
Yep.
Right. So I had a plan that we would you know, go to church and then we'd go work out at the Dan Abram Healthy Living Center, the Mayo workout facility. And this is more to the story here. You know, that was my plan, is that when we go work out, I was going to sneak away because she does her thing, I do my thing. I was going to go sneak over to Hy-Vee and get her flowers, and then when we were done, there'd be flowers in the car and surprise. But we canceled our plans on doing that. So I was kind of left stranded without any flowers, and you know, my wife's noticing that there's no flowers on Valentine's Day. It's Sunday, so I'm just like, uh-oh. And you know, I'm getting the why aren't there any flowers type look, and I go back to the, you know, miscommunication of, well, you kept saying they're expensive, so I didn't want to get them for you because you're saying they're expensive. But then, you know, it is get me flowers. So anyways, Elise became tired and took a nap, and that's when I ran into Rochester to quickly pick up a bouquet of roses from Hy-Vee off of Barlow Plaza location, and ran back home, and she was none the wiser. And here's the kind of funny thing of the story, and Denise, I know you're listening. So it was snowing a little bit, and the plows were out clearing the road, and I'm trying to rush home, going about 75 miles per hour, and there's this gray Ford F-150 with a topper on the back that looks oddly like the Hyatts. And so I'm just like, oh, I wonder if that's them. And I'm cruising up onto them, but then there's this plow in the left lane that I was going to pass them on, so I have to slow down and get behind them as we pass the plow. As soon as we pass the plow, I get back over and I start speeding up, and it's a four-door F-150, and I can see some arms waving in the back, and I'm just like, yep, that's them. And so so I see the girls, and I see Jamie, and you know, the flowers are on the passenger side, and I'm driving, and all of a sudden my phone vibrates, and I, you know, not supposed to look, but I look at my phone, and it's Jamie saying, thanks for reminding Denise about, you know, flowers, because I didn't get her any. And so I look bad, you know, they're making, you know, Jamie look bad because you didn't get her any flowers, or
you were really no better.
Yeah, I was no better. Yeah.
If you're feeling proud, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then I get a text from Denise saying, "Oh, you're such a good man getting flowers." And when I get home, I respond, obviously, because I'm not going to text and drive. I say,
especially when you're driving too fast, according to Denise.
Yeah, on slippery roads, and I get back, and I'm just like, well, not really. I just got them today. I don't know if you'd call that good. And then I texted Jamie, if you want some flowers, I got some for sale, because Elise was still sleeping at the time, and she doesn't know if there's a dozen or just 6 or however many. So
that would have been par for the course. You sell Hyatt half your flowers, so you both kind of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So that's the story behind a Valentine's Day, and
so my guess
flowers.
is that Jamie took Denise and the girls out for Valentine's someplace special for a meal. The flowers really were too expensive. She wanted the meal.
Yeah.
You think there's flowers sitting at their house?
I don't know. I maybe.
Should we take an unofficial, poll on that?
Well,
I guess
I don't know. Jamie's a pretty busy guy during the season.
I don't know. Quit trying to cover it. Yeah, one lies, the other swears by it.
I wouldn't be too surprised if maybe he ran down to Erdman's to get a bouquet from Erdman's, and
I'm telling you, I firmly believe that they went out and they didn't get flowers, but they went out for a meal. I'm thinking.
You think did you have inside knowledge?
I don't. But let's see. Oh yeah, just a minute. Oh, listen. I have inside information that now tells me they had a very, very special afternoon, and they ate at a very, very fancy restaurant called Noodles.
Oh, yes, that is fancy. Well, the night before, the girls were having a sleepover, so maybe they did something on Saturday night, just the two of them after the section tournament.
I'm sure Jamie wasn't too tired.
No, he
was just fired up.
It was, he'd be fired up, you know. We wrestled an awesome match, and so he needed, probably had a lot of energy to burn, and
they probably went, probably laser tag or something. He was probably
laser tag, or I don't know. And now he can finally get rid of that medal, that second place.
Do you think he's going to get rid of that? Why not keep that another year? I mean, you just forget it that quickly? It's 1 year and you forget things?
Not really, but I think you got the, you
I think Brady's got his third place medal still in his bag.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe Jamie will just wrap it up and keep it somewhere.
Yeah, have that extra motivation.
What we could do though is when they're working on the wrestling room this summer, maybe we can put it in a very special place there. But just as a reminder, like in a little vault somewhere behind a picture somewhere you can pull it out.
Somewhere.
So he can pull it out whenever he feels the need.
Could super glue it to the wall or something.
Super glue it to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Frame it.
Frame it.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Denise will come up with something. I'm sure. By the way, now if you ever read the Guillotine Forum, people are after you guys on your fancy singlets that you've got. Your older blue ones, the saggy ones. So you probably...
What are they? Which ones are we talking about? The all old blue ones?
No, the ones that, I don't know, the ones you got a few years ago that they always look saggy when you're wearing them.
Oh, yeah, I remember those, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you wear them too much, but you must have worn them one day because I saw somebody commenting on them.
On the
fashion police were commenting on them.
Well, I haven't spent a whole lot of time on the guillotine myself this season because there's not a whole lot to really
That doesn't help your wrestling team?
I don't think so, but there's a forum about concession foods at tournaments and stuff like that. And
you hit that one?
I did not because I don't eat the concessions. I thought about starting my own for the coaches' room. That's very important. Coaches put in a lot of time, and when you host a tournament, and so for all those booster club members and things like that that put together a coaches' room for tournaments, that's something that us as coaches really take a look at. Take a look at the competition that's there, and we see what kind of things there are in the coaches' room. And I gotta say, Cass and Manorville puts on a mighty fine, good coaches' room. Breakfast, lunch, cookies, coffee, all sorts of stuff when you come to our tournaments for the coaches' room. Another great coaches' room is Osage. They put on phenomenal.
Hey, we're not hyping up anybody else but us, man. This is a Homer station all the way. And plus it's in Iowa. If Ben Fierson and Adam Van Ort were here, you not hear them? It's like me against them. It's bad.
I'm hearing you, but they're not here to really say much. And I mean that. I'm just saying the coaches' room there is
pretty special. There,
they got. Travis.
Speaking of coaches' rooms, by the way,
ate 6 bowls of chili and was stirring the chili at Osage.
You can't tell that on the air.
Yeah.
What are you? That's like you just gave up your coach, man. Well, by the way, but in all honesty, I've heard rumors, and now Mr. Hunnicky, hopefully he's listening. I've heard rumors that he's trying to put together a matchup of 4 of the top schools in the state of Minnesota for next year already, and we'd have to have a heck of a coach's room for that.
Yeah.
So speculate on who those top 4 teams that he would be trying to draw in would be. But could you imagine that kind of triangular, or you wrestle 2 duels or something? Can you imagine?
That would be.
Would that be fun in the new gym?
That would be fun in the new gym, and having a spotlight and having lots of fans show up. That's the thing, is that even though that we have some of this stuff broadcasted online and you can listen and tune in if you're grandma and grandpa long ways away. But if you're in town, I mean, there's nothing like watching it live in person, getting the, having the crowd behind you when you're wrestling, and getting excited, yelling at the other team or the ref or whatever's going on. Because when you're just watching it or listening to it online, I think if you listen to the scramble of Bigelow against Kenyon Wadamingo, I watched the video, which was an awesome video to watch, but all I hear is, oh my, oh, it's just like, I don't know if I'm watching a wrestling match or somebody that's just really, really excited.
I'm telling you, that was classic Van Ort and Pearson doing that, I'm sure. It's
just like, oh, he's on the leg, and I'm not a professional.
Well, how are you going to explain that? So you got it, so pull it up. You're a high-paid guy, announcer, professional wrestling guy. You pull that video up and you call that. You tell me how you call that scramble.
I would have to watch it 3 or 4 times to actually come up with actually something to say. But the main thing is that getting fans there to show up and to really support the wrestlers, and I think the student body does a good job of getting behind their sports teams. And
what a great environment that was over in Kenyon Wadamingo for that scramble.
Oh, that was.
And we've talked as a school district or a school board or about how to get more kids and more excitement. And we've got some ideas, and again, I don't know if they'll come to fruition, but I would really like to see, and again, this is just me, so I'm just speaking for myself, I'd really like to see a pep squad. So when the pep band comes, the cheerleaders come. And we bring a mascot. And we have to figure out some way to make it very desirable for the students to come. Some kind of giveaways or something to encourage the students to come to more activities. One of the challenges we have at Castle Manor is we have so many students involved in so many different activities that they're always involved in activities, and when activities are going on at home, it's hard because they're all going
on
doing
different places
else,
Yeah,
so
that's definitely tough when when kids are involved in different, whether it's academic activities, whether it's sport or music, theater, things like that. It's tough to get that base to rally behind you. And then the other thing is taking a look at how do we reach out, because I know that there's quite a few kids that go post-secondary to RCTC quite a bit that maybe disconnect from the school and some of the activities, and how do we bring them back as well. As far as you mentioned a mascot,
you want to be it?
I no, unless it comes with a significant pay raise,
Oh yeah, significant pay raise. Always, yes.
See if I can get something on a levy or something to pay me to be the mascot. See if I can get people to vote for that.
I tell you what, we will double our pay from this broadcast. The whole entire group will double that pay for you to be the mascot. But you have to, here's the deal though, you have to be really good. You have to be like the Timberwolves, what's his guy, Crunch. You have to be kind of like that. But you have to trampoline onto the, onto the mat.
But what would the mascot be? Would it be a giant ball of flame? Or,
no, have you ever seen Slider from the Honkers?
No.
It's the mascot is human, and the head is like a baseball. So the head would be a fireball, sort of, with fire coming out the back.
A comet.
Yeah, like a comet.
Since we're the comet.
That's my impression of what it'd be. Again, I don't.
Would you have flames coming off the side, like it has like a side flame?
Here's what we do.
Would it just be
whoever's willing to pay the $10,000 for it, they could decide that.
What?
Yeah, that's right there. That's what stops me every time, Mr. Patsky. It's right there when I get to that point. Right till then.
You have wonder what sometimes you have some good ideas, and then sometimes some ideas are less expensive than others, such as mini pennants and things like that.
Oh yeah, those are great.
They go over very well, and then you got this mascot for $10,000.
Yeah, and that's on the cheap end. I'm just telling you, those
Yeah.
things are.
Maybe we could get one donated from the Honkers or something like that, an old retired one, and we fix it up or something like
It's
that.
a good idea. We got to put somebody in charge of that.
Yeah, and so one idea that I know, I'm not going to steal this idea, but Travis, our coach, had about getting more people involved, is especially the student body, is like a tug of war, like a powder puff type thing.
Oh yeah, that's a good
tug
idea.
of war, juniors versus seniors, or if we get a whole, if a sports team has the night off, have the, basketball versus hockey or coaches, yeah, something like that, where they get, at an intermission. And I really like that we had the music, the warm-up music.
Oh yeah. By the way, so we have to give a huge shout out to Josh Mitchell for doing that. Josh Mitchell did a great job with music this year. If he's listening, we got to don't let me forget to, when we actually have a bunch of people listening, because we probably have like 3 or 4 people. We probably, and I'm thinking right now we have, just don't tell everybody, but I think we probably have your wife, and Denise, maybe Van Ort listening right now, but. That's between you and I.
That's probably it.
So, and maybe they turned us off. It's possible.
Maybe, my wife has to listen to me all day long when I get home. So now
does she know? Are you implying that she knows how to turn you off? So she just doesn't listen?
Oh, I think she can turn the radio off or the YouTube off, and
so. What do you suppose? So if you're out there listening right now, what do you suppose those people are doing right now? How does your wife listen? Does she turn it on the computer?
So we're on the YouTube, right?
Yeah.
And you either have it pulled up on your mobile phone and you follow the link from Twitter, or you have it on a tablet and iPad, or we'll give a shout out to the Microsoft Surface, Pro, or you're at your computer listening, or streaming it through your car. I have a smart TV that has YouTube on it, so if you could find the link on the TV, just listening to it on YouTube.
So way. Jeff, if you were home right now, I'm serious about this. First thing I've been serious about in quite a while, but if you have a smart TV at home, so if you're home, if you were home and you weren't here right now, would you be able to just go there and pull it up and have it actually on your TV and the sound coming through?
Yeah, I could. Yep.
You could,
but
probably at least. You have to be. I'm not implying she's not tech savvy. I'm just saying, do you have to be a little bit tech savvy, or is it pretty easy to do?
Well, with us, these smart TVs have their limitations, and you could pull up YouTube on your what do you call it? On the app on the TV, basically, and then you'd have to search for our call. The label of our video, basically.
Right, Casa Matterville Wrestling or KoMet Wrestling or something
KoMet
like
Wrestling, that. So specifically finding it that way, and then it'd say that it's live, and you press OK to listen to it, and it'd start, with Charter's Spectrum's internet.
Oh, time out. Now, we don't give free plugs away to Charter.
Oh, okay.
I'm just telling you, Charter, I understand the loyalty.
Yep.
But free plugs to Charter and free plugs to any service. Boy, I don't know if we can talk about Charter at all here, especially. Especially in Casa Matterville. So,
all right.
I can't. No more talk about Charter Communications being a great communications company, and you want to raise or any of that stuff.
All right. Yeah. Anyways, as long as it doesn't take too long to buffer, it just starts streaming, and it shouldn't be a pretty big file or feed to come through, since we're just an audio feed versus a video feed. Also probably depends on our connection on our end, our upload speed, and now we're getting kind of technical.
You're losing people. Now we've got 1.5 listeners.
Half listener. Yeah.
Well, kind of sleepy halfway.
But anyways, you just find our quote unquote video on YouTube and start listening to it. I've watched. There was a tournament that Ramos and a couple of U.S. wrestlers were at over in Russia, some international wrestling, and it was being live streamed through YouTube. And I went onto my TV when I got home. It was like 1 a.m. because the time zone difference, and I was able to find the YouTube channel and pressed OK, and I was watching international wrestling from Russia at 1 in the morning, which is really, really cool. I think Hubbard and a few other top freestyle wrestlers were wrestling over there.
All right.
Technology's come a long ways.
Mr. Patsky, now I have a bone to pick with you. We're going to change completely because we can change just on a dime.
All right.
I have a bone to pick with you because you used to give me a lot of grief about referendum and the school district and whether we're using our money efficiently. And now.
Yeah.
All right. So in the current situation that you're in right now, do you appreciate more the fact that you have a brand new kindergarten wing with a brand new gym and
well,
what? That's a yes or no answer, Pesky.
Those facilities look very, very nice.
Have you been in?
I've been to when we've had our tournaments at the elementary school. I get lost, so I wonder about the design and who was hired for the design of the pods, because I can't find my way anywhere in that place. I got to run around in a circle until I finally find the correct color I'm looking for. And then the gym, beautiful gym. But I noticed the basketball hoops were hung incorrectly.
Whoa.
They're all hung at
a wrestling guy, and you're going to complain about the basketball hoops not being. I'm just wondering.
I heard our very good varsity girls basketball team is practicing there, and I was noticing that the basketball hoops, they're hung exactly at 10 feet, but they have the ability to move up and down. And I noticed that they're at the 10-foot level, but the basketball hoop can't move any lower down for the elementary school kids. So I don't know how a little kindergartner or even a vertically challenged 5th grader that might grow up in Cass and Manorville in the next couple of years would be able to even make a basketball shot.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You being a wrestling coach, are you worried about the little boys that can't shoot basketballs at the basketball hoop? Or are you kind of excited about the fact that they're there and, really can't practice basketball or play basketball till they're about, 7th or 8th grade?
Yeah, well.
You would think that would be a distinct advantage. Coach Hyatt standing right down there, as a matter of fact. Now, bet your money if we went down there and asked him, he'd be excited about the fact that there would be more opportunity for young men and women to wrestle.
Well, wrestling is definitely a very great sport to participate in at any age.
Don't go political on me. Don't go politically correct. Don't do it.
The thing is, though, you take a look at some of our best wrestlers on our team, and they're multi-sport athletes.
They're not basketball players.
Right, but
not one of them can shoot a basketball.
Oh,
I bet you. Who? Tell me which one.
You
have a chance at one if you get this one right. One that has a little bit of that ability, but you probably won't get it.
I would think Noah would be somewhat good because he's tall, but my second guess would be Bigelow.
No,
I think
Bigelow's got like 2 right arms and no legs when he's playing basketball. He can't dribble and shoot at the same time. No chance.
I wouldn't. Those are my two.
Look at how long it took for you to get him to shoot in wrestling. Think about the basketball court.
Yeah.
Come on, you put a lot of one-on-one on that.
Yeah, there would be a lot of.
By the way, folks, just so you know, Garrison Shore, we are waiting for Garrison Shore while we're killing time here. He is getting close. He wrestles Tanner Prochaska from Stewartville. This is going to be a huge match. He is on Matt's side. I haven't heard them call him yet, but we're getting close. So you're going to have to put up with us talking for a few more minutes about anything that Coach Patsky and I can dream up. Remember, state tournament, by the way, you have to come up because we have hours upon hours to cover and fill.
Yep. For the 2.5 listeners or however many listeners we have.
If we lose them, then we'll be down to a half. Sometimes my mom and sister listen. I don't know if they're listening today. They probably turned it off a while ago.
You know, I should probably text my parents because they're big supporters of me.
Absolutely.
And love to know when I'm on the radio.
Yeah. You know, all that theater work you did is now paying off because the drama in theater and your voice inflection is beautiful, Mr. Patsky.
Probably all the time I spend on the phone practicing.
You're trying to give another plug to Charter. Don't even go there.
I didn't say
you were,
that.
You were going there.
I talk on the phone all the time.
I made it clear we're not talking about Charter anymore.
You said the name, not me.
Just telling you, you can't go there anymore. Boy, this guy knows how to slide stuff in. You know, he's kind of like that fox, guys. If you slide like a fox, you know, you don't see it coming. He slides this stuff in. Next thing you know, we're off talking about his company he works for. And he's probably every time we mention that name on the radio, he probably gets a raise. Elise is fired up. She's heard it a number of times here. She knows raise is coming.
Yep. Well,
and they probably need it right now too.
Well, you know, we do.
I've thrown in how many softballs have I given you?
Yeah.
And I can't get nothing out of it.
You know, there's some people that don't know. So.
All right.
My wife just texted me about the elementary school. She said we're looking at homeschooling.
Which one is going to homeschool?
You know, she has the biology and science background, so
which will be very helpful in kindergarten.
Yep, she will. She can handle the math and science and writing, and then I'll definitely handle the business and gym.
The gym's right up your alley.
The gym. I'll probably do home ec too. I like to cook and grill.
Yep.
So.
Who will you also do like the brewing class and stuff like this?
Yeah. So I would.
It'll be a wide curriculum then.
Yeah. So we would study the fine art of fermentation. How yeast turn sugar into CO2 and things like that. So and how that they interact at different temperatures and different things like that, and how all that brewing stuff happens. Which
I'll give you some parenting advice right now. You want it?
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to you whether you want it or not. But do you want it?
Sure, let's hear it.
I recommend you send them to a fine academic institution in Casson, Minnesota.
Okay.
And broaden their horizons and teach them about the commitment to excellence that's over there. Because if you do that, there's a fine chance that they're going to come out to be individuals that stand on your shoulders, Mr. Patsky, and rise above what you've even been able to do.
That, we'll just have to wait and see about all that.
Well, Garrison Shore is really still well. They got the heavy. These guys are these are big boys going right now. This looks like Tanner Palmer. He must have lost. And now I wonder if I left this off too long. Got to go to track wrestling and see if I can find out who this is. Is there anything else? Would there be anything interesting we could talk about, like something you could tell us about coaching staff that nobody knows about, or something that happened that?
Travis texted me earlier today, asking me what my weight was.
Okay.
And I wasn't quite sure if he was texting the right person, because he accidentally texted me when he didn't mean to one time. But he asked me what my weight was.
Could we talk about it on the radio, what he texted you before?
It was around Christmas time, and I said Merry Christmas to him, and then he replied back about something. Remember when you showed up at Christmas party for my kid? It was something weird. So it's anyways, I told him I was 155, and then he asked me, can I make 145? And I'm just like, why is that? I mean, Travis is trying to put together a team for an old man's wrestling tournament up in Elk Elk River. Let me see here. Yep, Elk River on April 9th. So Travis is going to be the heavyweight. And then he recruited me for 145. And then there's some guys he knows that Rudy James at 160, who's an Apple Valley coach who was very successful in the freestyle and Greco world back when he was in his younger days, before he even started coaching me when I was in Apple Valley. And then a couple of other guys that they know, and so I'm looking to see if it will work in my schedule and cutting down, and if I can make the stringent weight requirements as far as certification to get down to 145. Something tells me I have a little room to cut. So I gotta see what's on schedule.
So I'm gonna tell you. So now that you were talking about heavyweights, we have to talk about some heavyweights right now, and those would be some of those sponsors that the KoMets have had over the years. KoMets Wrestling, like Express Employment Professionals, Bigelow Homes, Grand Z Construction, Northwest Dental Group. We have got some of the greatest supporters out there that have helped us throughout the years.
Absolutely, and a lot of those individuals, they show up at our. Not only do they, help sponsor us with, monetary donations and things like that, but they also give us their time as far as, showing up to our tournaments and helping, helping out in a coach's room, or helping be table workers or announcers, or basically whatever we need, they're able to help us out, and we certainly appreciate that when they can donate their time. Sometimes the time is what we need more than anything else, and having positive influences and being local.
You look at the last year they had the beanbag tournament. Look at the sponsors there, and we can run through them. ABC Supply.
I've bought some stuff from them in Casson.
Absolutely. That's a company that has always supported Casson Manorville in anything they've done. The entire community. So they are a company that if you ask people around town, they're a company that supports everything.
Yeah.
And they really do. We had Beneke Construction. They're building doing the construction on the high school. Great supporters. We talked about Bigelow Homes. I mentioned already once, but Jeremy Bigelow does a bunch of broadcasting for us. He was here last weekend for the team. He's coming to state, and Bigelow Homes. They've gone really, when we went through kind of the tough time in the building industry in the area, they've been kind of the first ones back in Casson building homes, and you can't ask for more than that. Country Carpets, another sponsor local. Every time we've needed something, we've gone to them. They have always been willing. I remember going out there and they didn't really know who we were. As in when we walked up, and we asked them if we could put a sign for the beanbag tournament in their in their alleyway, because it was right when you come on 14 there.
Oh yeah.
And without question, they were all over it. You look at Express Employment Professionals, and that's a guy in Jeff Jensen who's been on the air with us. I'd love to have him on the air, get his golden pipes on here sometime, and maybe the state tournament he'll come around and help us out. But
he's got a great voice.
He does. You look at Counselor Realty, another sponsor that's been around with us for an extended period, and it's hard, It's hard to ask, but it's much easier to ask for some of that help with people that are so helpful, like Counselor Realty,
and especially such a small community where you ask a hometown community to help out with a hometown project, and everybody's willing to whatever it is, donate something. Doesn't have to be a lot, but it's something that we certainly appreciate helping us out.
Well, and the other one I think of when you say that is Granzi Construction. They're always, Nate Granzi's always first in line to help out, and they're at every wrestling event. My guess is
carrying around 3 kids at the same time too.
Exactly right.
I mean, talk about just an amazing guy there that just he shows up and with 3 little kids just running around and trying to keep track of them all. But that's kind of one thing that I noticed about this Cassamanerville community of wrestling is that you show up with your kid and there's about 5 other people that want to take them out of your hands, or then the kids start playing together and stuff like that. And so yeah, he's definitely you can hear him yelling and from the crowd and stuff like that. And he's been at every home duel that we've had and saying hi to him, and
right,
great guy.
And somebody you hear from, I think of Jay Lam with OSI and their outdoor services. Think about what they have been through and how supportive they are. Brady Lam this year, I think, was more calculated throughout the entire off season than anybody in this room.
You mentioned that, and when you were away, that's one of the things I talked about is some of those standouts and some of those individuals that really took the time to improve. And yep, Brady definitely pushed himself.
Yep. And then I'm thinking about House Chevrolet, and I know Steve Johnson's been there quite a long time in Stewartville. And I know that we've gone to House Chevrolet in years past for help with parades and different things like that. Always willing to help us out. And I think they sell more Corvettes than any dealership in the state of Minnesota, I think.
Really?
Yeah. I have to ask Steve about that, but they sell a lot of Corvettes. They sell some very, very nice cars, and they stand behind their cars. You always know if you go there, the service after the sale is important to them.
Absolutely.
How about Godfather's Pizza? Steve Geary and Godfather's Pizza. Steve Geary lives in Manorville. I think they just moved somewhere else in Manorville. I'm not sure if it's Manorville now or Castle, but right in the area. I think it's still Manorville. Steve has, for years, he's looked for ways that he could help the wrestling program.
Yeah,
he looked for ways to help the wrestling
exactly.
program.
With the Big Iron Classic that we have, and the in Manorville at the fairgrounds there, one of the first person groups that he turns to basically run it for him is us, and we do our best filling that up. And not only does he part of the proceeds of the pizza sales go to the wrestling club, but you also, when you work there, you get some free pizza as well, which isn't too bad of a deal. Almost, I don't know how he does it, makes any money by giving us free pizza, and with all our hungry wrestlers.
Yeah,
and
he's been exceptionally good to us. How about Minnesota's First Choice? It's a company that if you need roofing, windows, insulation, siding, doors, they're a place that you're always going to get top-end products. And if you have a need, and they have been so good with Bill Vaughn to us, recently reached out to him in the last probably year and a half, and been extremely good to work with. Another big supporter, and as long as we've got, some time.
We got about a minute
before Garrison Shore hits the mat. Let me talk a little bit about Ford Metro Glass. They're doing all the glass work for the high school. And if you know how much glass is going to be on there, you don't know, Mr. Patsky, but there's going to be a lot of nice glass on that.
Are we worried about bird migration towards the glass when lights are shining on it, like up at the new Minnesota U.S. Bank Stadium? Are we worried about that at all, about the migration of birds flying into that glass? Because that is pretty clear glass that I've looked at in the wrestling room. If you show up, our lights are on. well, maybe I shouldn't say this. You could watch us practice from the front row in your car during the winter. Now that I mentioned that, we'll have to keep some tabs out there to see if there's any competitors showing up and watching us practice.
I would challenge I'm going to challenge the competitors to come and watch, and then try and follow. Just chase them and see if you're willing to do the work. If you can motivate the kids to do the work that you guys motivate those kids to do, more power to them. I challenge them to come and watch you do that, because you guys do a great job. But by the way, Garrison Shore is about to hit the mat, so we're gonna call this match. Huge match for Garrison Shore. Tanner Prochaska is his opponent. This is a huge match because Prochaska was the 2 seed in this bracket. He got beat by the 7 seed, and Garrison wrestled. It was a 3 seed, got beat by the 6 seed. They have wrestled before, and Prochaska won that match. Garrison needs to avenge that loss right here. He's got 6 minutes of wrestling to do that, and we're looking for a great match out of Garrison Shore as they start the match. Garrison moving his feet well right now. So as they're doing some hand fighting in the middle.
Garrison's got to get out of that underhook that Prochaska has on his right hand side. He's got to keep his elbows in there, not let that underhook in.
Back to the middle they go. More hand fighting.
More hand fighting. Looks like Cherville has that shallow underhook on that right side again.
And Jeff, talk a little bit about how you get out of that, or how you stay away from that.
A lot of it is just keeping your elbow into the side, and then you almost have to back out of it sometimes. Prochaska's got a Russian tie, a 2-on-1 onto that same right side, so it seems like he likes to attack that same side there.
Shore did a good job to fight his way out of that one.
Fought his way out of it.
Prochaska got that underhook again.
Yeah, still digging that.
Get out of there.
Digging that underhook. You gotta, other thing. He switches off to the 2-on-1, trying to bring it up for a double leg or a single leg attack.
45 seconds left here in the first. Garrison's going to have to start pushing the pace a little bit. He's going to get dinged for stalling here.
Yeah, he's got to open it up. I wouldn't be too surprised if a couple more shots or a couple more attempts doesn't have the ref call stalling here.
Prochaska's been the aggressor this whole first period. 30 seconds left to go in this first.
Back to that 2-on-1 Russian.
And there's your stall warning with 19 seconds to go as they wrestle on the edge of the mat.
Just very, very physical first period for Prochaska, taking it to us. In on a low shot right away, has a single leg up in the air. Looking to finish with 6 seconds left. Drives him out of bounds. 3, 2, and he's awarded the 2 with just seconds left in the first period. Shore going down 2-0 in the first period.
Yeah, Garrison's going to have to pick it up in this remaining 2 periods.
We lose the flip and defers. Garrison Shore chooses down. It's getting set.
Garrison working underneath, trying to come up.
Trying to bring those knees up. Stepped up, getting the arm separations, trying to get his hips away. Has a trapped arm, got his arm out, keeping his hips away.
I'm surprised Prochaska didn't get a stall warning right there.
He moved enough. He was behind him, dropped into that leg, and drove him out of bounds. So they're getting set again here. So definitely can get the escape here. He's stepping up, attacking the hands, trying to get his hips away, broken back down.
It takes some gas out of you when you get to your hips and you don't clear an arm and then you get dropped back to the mat. Garrison does have his base built, but he's going to want to get reset, get out of bounds, and get this thing reset.
Yeah, you want it. In those situations, you want to get a fresh start. He's trying to tripod up, trying to keep a wide base so he doesn't get churned, which takes a lot of energy. We got a minute left in the second period. work our way out of bounds, getting back set. Need to explode, come up right away like he's been, keeping that pace high.
Garrison got 1 minute to get his escape here. He had a little bit of activity. It created a little bit of space with the sit out, but didn't put another move to it, or he would have had an opportunity to get his escape right there.
Just basic ride on top, not really looking to churn. I mean, just hanging behind the armpits, hooking an ankle. You know, we're doing a lot of work on bottom, trying to get away. Looks like a cradle's hooked up, far side cradle. Traska's sitting it back, and near falls counting. And now the ref's looking for the pin here. Not looking good for sure at this point.
He did get out of it.
Got off his back. Grip is broken. 3 near fall. 5-0 with 10 seconds left in the period. Looks like he's trying to go back to that cradle again, rack up another 3 points. And it doesn't look like he's going to get it.
So Garrison's going to have to come up with something big here in the third to pull out this victory. Down,
do they
trailing
choose down
5-0.
or do they choose neutral? They know, Garrison can churn. They choose top again. Rode him out the second period. Feel safe, weren't threatened. Garrison to his feet right away off the whistle, trying to knee slide, step up. Got his hips away. Keeping those hips, being lefted out of bounds, broken back down. No clasping. Garrison trying to wide base, trying to tripod up, swivel a knee or a hip up to get to his feet. Here comes that crossface cradle.
Garrison's got to control some wrists, and right now he's been unable to control anything. And now they hit Garrison for a stalling underneath.
That's his second warning. Which a surprising call considering we've been moving around on bottom trying to come up, And not a whole lot of, other than hanging over the top by Stewartville, looking for that far side cradle.
That's a ref who will call stalling real quickly.
Well, I was surprised because I thought he was going to call Prochaska for stalling when Garrison got to his feet, and he didn't return him.
I wouldn't argue with that ref either.
That's the one, right? You're right.
I wonder if he could sit Jamie down like that.
Oh, and he hooked that cradle, almost hooked
that cradle.
He's just hanging over that, hanging over with the leg locked in.
Yeah, he's got that ankle hooked. I mean, holding on. I mean, we're not, we're trying to come up, and when that ankle's hooked and it's being torqued out to the side like that, it's hard to step up, hard to come up. Doesn't help that, head down on the mat and not having the chest up, We stepped up once and got caught in that cradle, and it looks like we're a little afraid to step back up again and not to get caught again. Got called another time, stalling on bottom when we're trying to come up, and 7-0 now. That cradle came in as we're trying to step up, probably feeling like we have to move because the ref's calling stalling, and
well, you have to move anyhow because you're down 6-0.
Yeah, but sometimes when you get called on that stalling, you take an unnecessary risk, and
No, you're right. So that's going to end 10-0. That will be it for Garrison Shore in the individual portion. That is the last comment for the night. Mm-hmm. Before we check off, though, Mr. Fearson, we saw you down there.
I didn't do it.
We saw you down there. First of all, you didn't send anybody up.
Sorry.
You didn't even look. You didn't even look.
I looked.
I saw you walk down the stairs, and you found the Zumbrota Mazeppa coaches, and that's what I'm about to ask you. And you talked to them, and then you kind of wandered around. Anyhow,
that doesn't sound like
so
me
your
at
wife isn't. She didn't text you, right?
Well, she didn't text me. I guess it doesn't mean that she hasn't had the baby, but she didn't text me.
So what did Link say about the? You obviously asked him about the chastising he got, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, what did he say? Link Steffens and Broda Mazeppa coach that got chastised by the official?
Said that the ref lost his cool, and that's what all he said.
Yeah, and that's true, and he lost it with Wabasha Kellogg's coach first.
Yeah, that's
which
what
was
he said.
bad.
He's like, wow. He's like, You know, he said, I've never seen a ref lose his cool as bad as he did, just both ways. And the fact that, I mean, that match went to overtime because of his stalling call with 5 seconds left, you know.
After Maverick Jackson took he was the aggressor,
a shot, yeah.
and they gave one shot, and he called.
Maverick was tired, but he was going at that point. At least. I didn't disagree with the warning. I disagreed with the ding.
Right.
And then the fact that he decided it with a stalling call in triple overtime.
Yep. No, I agree.
I missed that match, but I saw a little bit of some stuff online on Twitter.
Was that Pearson?
Yeah,
you tweeted?
Match, referees. I was saying that they do a pretty good job here, but sometimes the ref can dictate a match. A good ref, will know that if a match is put away or if it's close, when it looks like there's a stalling call, we'll call it with 15 seconds left and then not call another one unless it's extremely blatant, so that yes, we gave a stalling call to the guy that's behind, but I'm not going to give 2 in 15 seconds unless the guy's extremely running away.
Well, and that's the overtime one. It's like it wasn't even a holding on to the ankle and something like that. But that's my beef with the overtime rules as they stand. Your entire goal is to be stalling. You know what I mean? When you're trying to ride a kid out, I mean, what do you want him to do?
Yeah, you got a 30-second go, and
your goal is to hold him there.
Okay, before everybody leaves in the last half person.
There can't be anybody left out.
After
Did Van Ort ever check in?
No, he never checked in. Okay, so tell us, at least tell the loyal listeners who's still listening, what kind of news you got when you were out there gallivanting, talking with all the
gallivanting? You think?
Well, hobnobbing. I call it what you want.
I think he's just doing his job. That's what I'd say.
He's got a cushy job.
Someone
does he get paid for that?
Someone just asked me that too. He's like, I haven't seen you doing anything other than schmoozing with people. I said, well, that's what I get paid to do.
That's
making contacts.
We start to feel comfortable with you, and then you let something slip, and then it gets.
Then I run with it. Yeah.
So tell us, give us the inside scoop on something that you learned when you're down there. I mean, you couldn't have spent all that time down there.
I didn't learn a lot.
And you learned nothing.
I just learned a lot of issues in some other wrestling rooms that have happened this year. Honestly, there's been a lot of wrestling rooms that have had some unrest, I guess is the best way to put it. A lot of kids that have left programs, and I don't know, I guess that's kind of what I...
You know what? Okay, so that brings a great point. Let's end on this note, talking about this. That is one thing that the Casa Manorville Comets room has not had any issues in the wrestling room this year, and I think a lot of it has to do with the coaches and the time they put in there.
I can't imagine that's going to fly over there. I just think the team is probably bigger than any individual over there. Whether your name is Brady Berge or
Sam Stoll.
No,
you said big.
He might actually be physically bigger than the whole team, but I don't mean it that way.
I just kidding.
I think you'd have a hard time having an ego in the casting room.
Yeah.
Because there's someone that could whoop your butt in that room right now. I don't care who you are.
Yeah. There's checks and balances, and
and there's a greater goal for you guys. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The problem, I think, we have an incredibly dominant team in 2A, which is you guys, and we've had. I know they're in a different section this year, but you're talking about. What are the chances of any area team? What were the chances of any area team this year to get to state not named Casa Manorville in AA? I would argue 0. But obviously as a head coach, you can't pitch it that way to your kids.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think it does happen in some rooms where things happen, or they just.
Well, how could there be a greater goal? You know what I mean? Like, you have this bigger goal that it can't. It's about the team. It's really hard to be about the team when you have 0 chance to go to state as a team, and kids are not stupid.
Right.
They
exactly.
can see your lineup and see that there's no crack there to attack or any strategy we can deploy that we can beat this team and get to state. So
When you're wrestling for second place, and you don't think that happened in AAA a lot with Valley's dominance?
Absolutely. I've always said that.
So how do you create a team atmosphere when there's zero chance of winning anything as a team?
I'll say this. I don't give that as much credibility in what you just said because we created it all within. When Apple Valley was doing it, they were bringing in national transfers. Here,
but that's a separate. That's a totally separate thing.
But think about last year when Albert Lee, when we had one senior, and Albert Lee had 8, and we battled them to the end, and every kid was so pissed when they lost because they thought they were going to win. And we had 2 juniors and 1 senior on the team, but still they had developed because guys like Jeff Patsky worked with the young kids and developed those kids, and they got good. Our JV is, those kids are coming along too. That's what other programs have to start developing. They have to find people like Jeff Patsky. Not that I'm kissing up to him because he's here.
Yes.
But
yeah.
But
you should hear what he says when you're gone.
Oh man, it's bad when you're gone. But you have to develop those, because look at a Jimmy Paulson. You didn't see Jimmy Paulson in the lineup all year, and he was
and now he's a 2-seed.
He looked like but when he cracks the lineup, and he's
salty.
He's salty.
Yeah, but it's a thing. The culture in your room is if you survive, you're going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
If
we had a lot of.
If you don't quit.
And part of the tough thing is if there's one thing to be worried about as a dominant team like Cass and Manorville is you got 7th graders stepping into the room wrestling. That maybe it's their first year wrestling or maybe their second, third, and it's intimidating. And I gotta give credit to our 7th graders that came out to wrestle, and there's some 8th graders that were bigger and a little bit better and took it to them, and they stuck it out, and that's what you like to see, and you gotta embrace from a coach's standpoint. We had a couple of kids that they only won maybe 1 or 2 matches all year long, and just telling them that, hey, you stuck it out in this room. Think about what can happen 3 years from now. You take a look at Brett Paulson, Jimmy Paulson, and Jared Johnson. I told those guys when we went to state 2 years ago, we didn't have a good, and Ethan Shea was there as well. We did not have a good showing at the 9th grade state league tournament. Ethan was the only one that had placed out of all of them, and they're all really upset. I took them under the bleachers and I told them, you guys are going to be on the next state championship team, and because they have the heart, they have the drive to want to work hard, and those are the things that if coaches in other rooms need to find something to rally behind and to build up the kids and find a way to build within their and if it's only a couple of kids, make sure that they're the best darn kids in the section, so you don't necessarily go as a team. But take a look at what Cannon Falls is able to do. The first time we wrestled them this season, they took it to us, even though that they had to forfeit all their weights. But if you took a look at that duel until the forfeits, they would have beat us. And maybe it was because we had a different lineup out there as well that would play.
But how many teams in the area could beat your JV? Not that
two in the HVL.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No. Well, and
your JV could be awfully competitive with some area varsity.
But here's the thing: every kid. Here's the deal. Every kid 7 through 12 comes to every practice, and they're not expected to come. They don't have to come to every practice. They don't have to come to morning practice, but they do, even in the 7th grade. How many teams can convince any kids to come to a morning practice? So, how do you get those kids to buy in to come into morning practice? You better develop relationships with them. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't have strong relations, some coach better develop a relationship with them. Because if you don't, they're going to quit, or they're not going to do the work. That's all there is to it. There's no reason that a Robert Acker Povak would be out if it isn't that somebody invested time with that kid. And someday, assuming he stays with it, he will be the key to this team, to a team winning the state championship. Robert Akrapovic. Won't he, Patsky? Patsky.
I would say that, yeah, if he wants. The thing is, we see the talent in our wrestlers. And, I definitely, he was all about it this last season, and then he goes into the off season. And if we could just get him to work out a little bit more, in the off season, if we could spend just, if he would come to the workouts that we're allowed to have during the off season, I think he could make some big gains. And we see the talent. And not only the coaches and not only our own fans see it, but I've had a lot of, other coaches that see this kid walk out there and doesn't have the best technique, but he's athletic, and they just see it and they're just like, wow, you got something there. And it's just like, yeah, we do. Yeah. We just need to develop it. And I think that's the thing, is having a coach that coaches that can develop kids. Yeah, he plays football. He's also an avid gamer, and that's tough to beat.
That is tough to beat.
To overcome.
No, I'm serious. That's tough to overcome. Avid gamers.
Because that's a couple of hours lost every day that you could be doing something productive.
Absolutely, anything productive. That is a problem in our entire society, though. That those avid gamers.
Something he was saying, like when you have that kid who goes 2-20 or 2-30 or whatever it is, and he stays with it, even if he doesn't get to be a great wrestler by the end of his career, he's going to be an awfully good human being to stick with. And I joke about it because he's a kid that a lot of people don't like, a Stewartville volunteer assistant coach. I'm not going to say his name because I shouldn't, but he was one of those kids, the kid that as a sophomore was like 1-30 or something silly like that, something where the only matches he won were forfeit as a sophomore, and he stuck with it. By the time he was a senior, he was fine, but as a sophomore, he's a kid that didn't win any matches on the mat, and he couldn't look anybody in the eye. You know what I mean? He had no confidence in himself or as a person. And now you look at him, and he's a cocky, confident, maybe too much, but you just think what wrestling and sticking with something that you're not necessarily good at can do for an individual. Like I said, that's what I mean by if you survive your room, if you survive beatings from the kids that are in your room, then you're going to be probably a good wrestler at the end of it, or at least a good human being.
Right. Yep. By the way, so Jeff Patsky had to leave us because Coach Hyatt was standing down there with his jacket going, "Are you coming with us, or are you going to stay? You're going to stay with those guys?" So Patsky had a tough decision to make: no coat and staying with us, or get his coat.
It's not that cold.
No, he could have walked home.
If he was
Elise, he would have been fine, right? And Elise doesn't have my cell phone, so she can't text me or anything even. But he could have been walking home. He could have,
The thing I like about your team is, if you saw Patsky and Hyatt walking down the dark alley, you'd be like,
come on.
Not too scared of those two guys. When in reality, you'd be in big trouble.
Absolutely.
If you try to take their lunch money.
Jeff Patsky does not get enough. I mean, we don't. I mean, he is the guy that with those young kids puts a ton of time in, and they like him and they respond to him. And then the other thing he can do is he can scramble. He does teach those. If any of these kids learn how to scramble, it's typically because of Jeff Patsky. He is very.
I'd say that's something I heard from most of these coaches that I talked to down here. It was that. Getting to that point, to that where you're chain wrestling, and that's the thing that they were, when I was down talking to the guys about Mant, that's the thing that they feel like he's finally gotten to be able to do that, where that scramble happens and he just doesn't stop. Whereas before it was like there was one or two moves and that was the end of it, and it's like you don't win scrambles that way. So Mant didn't say too much about that seed, but he said
he'll make it. He'll make that pay. Don't worry.
He said, it means he's got to be focused all day tomorrow. So it's probably a good thing, is what he said. He's gonna have to wrestle well to beat Gadiant. If he's sleeping, he's not gonna beat Gadiant. I think he's better than Gadiant, but
I do too. Just flat out. Whoa! They took a clock over, and very nice save by the Zumbrota Mazeppa wrestler. The best save of the day for sure, because that clock would have crashed and burned, and they would have destroyed it. And he caught it on the way down. They knocked it over.
A couple $1,000 save, maybe.
Absolutely, that was a beautiful save. So, and the wrestlers are both trying to help put the put the clock back up.
He's like, I can't do everything around here.
So
get Fishbauer over there. He can put it up there. He's tall enough.
So tomorrow, 11 o'clock AA starts. Do we want to start early? What time do we want to start?
Me?
What time are you
I'll
going to
be at the hospital having a baby at that time.
Are you really?
I don't know.
What time does Class A start?
I'm not a doctor, Harshman. Hold on. It was in the
You know what?
Did
You wander around this place, hobnobbing with everybody, talking about this and schmoozing about that, and then I ask you one pertinent question. And
Didn't you get a program?
Oh, I got my
your
daughter got a
got
program.
one.
So tomorrow,
she's on the ball.
Chastising you. Medical weigh-ins 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock.
Everybody.
Oh, so 11 o'clock for everybody. So it's not even going to be early for you. So, okay, so if you don't come tomorrow and you're not here.
If I'm not here before you tomorrow, that means there's a child.
Aren't you going to send me a text message and say, or tweet something out, say, hey, sorry, water broke, headed to the...
No, I'm going to leave everyone hanging.
Okay. So if
not
you don't
feeling
show
well.
If you don't show up, whose router is that by that wireless? Is that
You guys' is.
Okay. Tomorrow, do we have to do anything for you, help you out? If you're not here, like, who's going to cover wrestling?
I want you to send me pictures of Pat Ruff trying to cover wrestling. That's what I want pictures of.
Aren't you going to be listening the whole time anyhow? You can't do anything.
You think they'll let me do that in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Like have it on over...
Yeah. Yeah, and you think you're going to be in labor for 12 hours or something?
We were more than that last time.
Well, you got to have something to do with when you're in labor, though. You're like watching TV, you're doing something, aren't you, usually?
I'm holding her hand and just supporting her.
Yeah, okay.
What?
All right, Ben.
What?
All right, good luck tomorrow.
You think I'm not?
I don't know what you're doing.
No, I'm going to be here.
All right.
I hope.
All right. So tomorrow, 11 o'clock, we will be back on the air. Hopefully,
Adam be on the air at 10:30.
10:30. You want to be on the air at 10:30?
Well, we got to set the stage.
Okay.
We got to rip through all the kids.
I did that already when we were trying to kill time, but it was me.
Totally new listeners.
I know. Okay. All right. 10:30 tomorrow. We'll try and be on the air.
Did
at
Haneke
10:30.
ever show up here today?
He probably did. He's probably
up in the corner somewhere.
Somewhere.
Speaking of hobnobbing, he's down. That's probably what he's doing.
That's probably. I'm surprised you didn't run into him. Guys run in the same circle. So.
There's a lot of Cass and talk down there.
What do you mean?
None of it good.
Why? What do they not like about us? What do we do?
Everybody seems to think that you guys get people in all the time. It's like,
what? Hey, we got two
know.
people here wrestling that were in our youth program.
That's what I said to you. I said there's more people in this building that transferred out of Cass and then transferred in.
Yeah.
That's real. That's
it's
a real
for
statement.
sure. Yeah, and Austin Renner's a 2 seed.
But that's what people want to do. I mean, look, they did it with Kenyon too. They got one kid and lost a state entrant who just didn't go out for wrestling.
Yeah, that's true. That's
true. Come on. And then people are going to say that's how they won. But it's just it's one of those convenient society things we have. If you're not winning, it can't be your fault. It's got to be because someone else is cheating.
To work harder. All right. Well, too bad we have to end on that note, but we got to end. We got to end sometime. So you can get home and make sure you have that baby tonight, or else
no, not
on
tonight.
Sunday.
I'll be too tired tomorrow if we have it tonight.
So, all right, folks. Ben, you want to sign us off? You're better at that.
Peace.
You've been listening to Section 1 Individual Wrestling, along with Adam Van Oort, Jeff Patsky, Ben Fearson, and Kent Harfman. We will see you tomorrow at 10:30 sharp. Have a good night.